although there was no footage of this, based on people that I've spoken to close to the situation, Diddy really did punch Drake in the face.
Oh, I got that call 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
I was laying in my bed, and my phone kept ringing. I'm like, why my phone keep ringing at 4 o'clock in the morning? So I go to look at my phone, and it's my dude, like, my dude. And he ain't no just random guy in the club. This is somebody that everybody knows. He's like, boy, you wouldn't just believe what happened. I'm like, what? Diddy just slapped Drake. I'm like, where?
Slapped or punched?
I heard a slap. He slapped Drake. He was like behind the scenes behind Club Live. I said like at the back entrance, back door. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. But I knew it was real because it was 4 o'clock in the morning. But everybody know I'd be up because I gotta, go do the Breakfast Club in the morning. But lo and behold, it turned out that it was true.
I'm on bullshit tonight, nigga. Rang, you bitch. Solution like that. Let's me further know what it is you really do.
Yo.
Although there.
Yo. What it do, y'all? What it do? I'm hyped. I ain't gonna lie. Saturday night. It's Saturday night. What's good, y'all? I'm the host with the motherfucking most. Chill, motherfucking Murray. Live from the Spot Podcast. Shout out to everybody tuning in, not tuning in. You know how we do it, how we ride. Let's go. What it do, Cushness? What it do, got body? Tamiko Show, original me. What's going on? I did see your comment earlier. I don't know how. I blame myself because I went late. I went real late last night. I didn't realize how much shit Mo 3 was in. I didn't realize how much shit was involved with Mo 3. like how many niggas was actually trying to kill Mo3. So, word, what it do, Fury B? What it do, my brother? What it do? I didn't realize how many people were trying to kill Mo3. So that's why last night took so long for me to even get up, because I was like, yo, this one's gonna be. We did 5 hours. We did 5 hours last night just on collecting the information from O3. So shout out to everybody who did. You know what I'm saying? Tonight we're just gonna have some fun. Tonight we are going to have some fun. I have that board to go over, and lo and behold, crazy thing is, right, and that's why I posted the pic. I don't know if that was just the universe trying to tell me something, that I was gonna run into this eventually, or what. But shout out to the Ville. Shout out to the Ville. Fury B, you know what I'm talking about, the Ville. This morning, right? This morning, I'm sitting here saying to myself, what are the odds? What are the odds these two niggas here are connected somehow? So I posted the pictures in the chat. So I was like, all right, we're going over the board tonight. We're going to be, you know what I'm saying, look at the Mark Hotel. Diddy's on the board as is. It's like, fuck it. And I saw a video of the tattoo that's on his back in correlation to what's going on right now. So it's like, all right, I had the synopsis of what I'm going to do tonight. Besides the board, because the board's going to take us a while anyway. So we here tonight. That's why I started early. So, well, not early, but you know what I mean. I said, what are the chances these two niggas are connected? Making dinner tonight. The Ville drops a video of these two niggas on the same bar strip the same night. I said, wait, excuse me? Excuse me, J Money, what's going on? New Eyes, what's going on? I'm like, these two niggas is on the same bar strip the same night? As in the same night. We talking about the same night as in the Little Rod trip, same night. I'm like, oh, it makes sense now. It all makes sense now. So I'm wondering now, should we just look at that video first? Or should we just get rid of the bullshit first? We might as well just get rid of some of the bullshit first. So I do have some Diddy bullshit to get rid of. Once again, shout out to Miss C in the Ville, citing y'all right now. But let's get the bullshit out the way. And I do have a couple of things to get to, but I said I am mainly freestyle tonight, so I'm mainly freestyle tonight. I'm just telling you right now. I'm just telling y'all right now. But it's gonna be a good freestyle, because like I said, I just be running across shit. Like literally, I just be running across shit. Cherie, what's going on? What's going on? Just finished episode 97. Now I'm on the live. What's going on? That's what's up. That's what's up. All right, so yeah. Let's just get on to it. Like I said, tonight we're just having fun. Tonight we having fun, and we're gonna go through this. I'm gonna show y'all again the board that we do have to go over, because it's gonna be fun tonight. Because Benjamin, what's going on? It's gonna be fun because you guys weren't around. I think I was on Twitch still when this board came out, and Kendrick's Mole pretty much had dropped this big ass board. And everybody was pretty much just down the rabbit hole of each and every one of these blind items on this shit. So we're going to be going over each and every one of these shits that's on this board. This board is actually a little bit, let me see if I could, All right, so as you can see now, the board is a lot bigger than what it was. So, yeah. Anywho, we're going to get into that in just a few. But starting off with things, we might as well. Okay, so who remembers this happening a couple years ago? Who remembers this weirdo shit happening a couple years ago?
Yo.
We're gonna start with that.
Yo, so a lot of girls always tell me I really look like Trey Songz, and I could really see that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yo, bro, hit that shit.
My boy, my twin brother here, said he want to get some singing lessons from the boy. So we're going to start with You Got It Bad. Ladies say I'm your man.
Now, I thought this shit was AI for a second, the way it looked. I was like, that's not really them. In today's time, This would not, Karina, what's going on? I'm like, in today's time, this would not go over good in years to come.
You're my girl. I'm gonna tell it to the
Whole wide world, ladies say I'm your girl.
what else?
You're my man. Promise to love you.
The best I can.
Yo, so a lot of girls always tell me I really look like Trey Songz, and I could really see that shit. You know what
Only thing I see is two gay ass niggas on the balcony with their shirts off. This is more Diddy-ness right now. This is definitely a no Diddy moment. This is a no Diddy moment right here. My goodness. My goodness. And this is what I think about 8 years ago. I think they said this was. This is the bullshit that be going on. I tell you. Right, in hindsight. My goodness. What is going on? As I said, the shit, I'll tell you. Some of these niggas would not be doing the shit that they was doing back in the day if they knew this shit was going to stay on YouTube like this. I'm telling you. If they knew what niggas was going to start finding out, they would not have did this shit. None of them would have done this. I'm telling you. We ain't got to look at this more, but another thing I want to get into, since we're on the topic, I'm tired of people saying, okay, I don't believe what happened to Al B. Sure happened to Al B. Sure. So, in case some of y'all young bucks don't remember what Al B. Sure looked like, I'm going to show you Al B. Sure in his prime. This is my birth year, 1988, when Off on Your Own first came out, and he did this shit live. Now, y'all tell me if Diddy fucked him or not.
Don't hit me too hard. Oh yeah. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. To me. Girl, 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 girl.
Playing right in your face.
Girl, 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 girl.
Don't you leave me standing here. What is it you feel no fear? Let me make it up to you, my dear. I'm all alone, sitting right here by the phone. Heart is broken now, believe me, girl. Ooh, wait to see you. You'll be used to me. I know you love me, girl. I'm all alone, sitting right here by the phone. Heart is broken now, believe me, girl. Ooh.
Girl, 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 girl.
I wanna know what's on your mind. You're back with the same old line.
You love me and you care.
I'm all alone, sitting right here by the phone. Heart is broken now, believe me, girl.
Needless to say, he was no Prince. LB Sure, he tried, but he was no Prince. He tried to be the hood Prince and Michael Jackson, but it just wasn't working. It just was not working. Anywho, LB Sure did go off. He did make some hits back in the day. And as you can see, he was kind of a heartthrob, but I mean, Aaron Hall was also a heartthrob, wasn't he? So, I mean, y'all tell me if the diddler got him back in the day. Because I know y'all thinking of Al B. Sure now. You know what I'm saying? Y'all thinking sympathetic and whatnot for Al B. Sure now. But, again, put better context, detail, I should say, to context on who we were talking about when I was reading that book. Because I envisioned this Al B. Sure when I was reading that book. And I can damn sure, I can damn sure envision that well, not like that, but no Diddy. Anyway, I can damn sure see that happening to that version of Al B. Sure. Maybe not today's version of Al B. Shore, but that version of Al B. Shore, I could damn sure see Kim Porter possibly seeing that happening. Could damn sure see that. Now, since we're on the subject, we could look some of I have the Art of Dialogue Chris Todd's interview. We could look at some of that tonight, or we can look at some of that tomorrow. Either way, I was thinking about just streaming again tomorrow anyway, so we're gonna be here majority of the night. So, anywho, like I said, y'all tell me if the diddler got him or not. Y'all tell me. Okay. All right. So, speaking of which, of people the diddler got. Speaking of people the diddler has got. Have y'all seen the Russell Brand video that's been going around? Have y'all been seeing this Russell Brand video going on? This is him at the all-white party.
Happy 4th of July! Oh, well, I'm against it.
This is him at the all-white party, Mr. Russell Brand.
Because it's our colony, England. Yes, absolutely. I'm Canadian. I'm against it as well. We're against 4th of July. Yes, we are against the 4th of July, ladies and gentlemen. We hate it. We've come here to the White Party to reverse the mistake of American independence. Absolutely. In 1812, the Canadians and the British, we burned down the White House together. Yes. And we're going to burn down the White House again. Again! 2009, the White House is going down. Now I see why you get in so much trouble over there. Come on, mate. You know, open up.
It seems as if on your last album, you kind of went.
Now, if you don't remember, Russell Brand was also in the movie with Diddy in Meet the Greek, I think it's called.
The studio and just did whatever the producer asked you to do.
Right. Yeah, no, that's exactly. This is good.
It's just, you know, every artist just has one album that's just not good, and that's it. Honestly, I listen to that and I'm just like, what was he thinking?
In future, if someone asks you to give them a critique of their work, don't rip out their gizzards and hold it in front of their face. What are you? What do you know?
I'm sorry, look, I don't know what I'm talking about.
What you did was very spiteful, but it was also very brave and very honest, and I respect you.
I mean, this is your second time working with Judd and Chris. How was it getting back in the mix with them and working on another project? Were you excited when you heard about it?
Yeah, it was, because like in that first film, Sarah Marshall, I only had a supporting part. It's Jason Segel's movie. And like in this one, I got a much better part. I get to pretend to be on drugs. I get to hang out with Diddy. I get to pretend to put drugs into Jonah Hill's bottom. All those things are amusing.
His lordship, what's going on?
There's loads of really good looking women in the film.
Yeah. I was gonna say that, you know, like for a lot of black people,
yeah,
we hear the term party like a rock star, and because we not back in the day when black people was doing a lot of rock, we don't know. But in this movie, we get to see what all goes down: the sex, the drugs, threesomes, all type of stuff, man.
It's all going on. But I think now in the hip hop community, it's taken over from rock and roll, really, isn't it? In terms of excess and indulgence. That's why it's good to have Diddy in the movie, one of the great icons of the hip hop movement. I don't know how I guess it's the same sort of thing as rock and roll in a way. It's just it's come more directly from black culture, whereas rock and roll took that R&B blues and then into white culture via the Beatles and all of that kind of stuff.
I gotta ask you now, you really seem to be a natural on stage. Like, I heard you didn't have a choreographer. I know that you do stand-up comedy, but are you a rocker? Is this like coming out of you? Is this something that...
I'm normally a bit shy, right? But like in some situations, not if you're you're being paid to show off, but like normally I'm a bit shy. I wouldn't normally pretend to be, like, say karaoke. When people are doing karaoke, that makes me nervous. You know what I mean? Because like, if you're up there, you've got to be all serious.
A simulation of what?
It. They said, right, you're allowed to do it. So I thought, what I thought rock and roll is about, right, is sex. So I thought, right, what you've got to do is express what it would be like to have sex with all of these different people. It made me feel good.
I gotta be a rock star, man.
There's certain benefits to it.
So, all right, so how was it working with Diddy?
Listen to this here.
Actually.
Jonah, he's hilariously funny. I know him already, so it's a buzz to work with him. Diddy's new to me.
Thomas, what's going on?
He looked after me. He took me on an enforced holiday to Vegas. He's a very intense man because I think he come from nothing and now he's very, very powerful. People that do stuff like that, they're intense. Now, I like him. He's very influential. Say that you don't want to do something and Diddy does want you to do it. It's really hard to not do that thing.
It's really hard to not do that thing. So pretty much Diddy took him on a eventful Las Vegas trip.
The mind fucking or?
It's a bit like the mind fucking. Like he's very influential. Like say Diddy went, could you pick me up? from the
Simpletown
airport,
Radio,
I'm
what's
back on
going on?
holiday, or I'm going away, would you feed my fish? And really didn't want to feed his fish. Oh, how much fish food you put in? He'd still do it because you think, oh, don't upset him. He's an influential person.
I got it.
So he's a good laugh, but if you, imagine you get very friendly with him, he might ask you for loads of favours, and then you can't say no to him. That's my worry, because I've become friends with him now. What if he starts, pick us up from the airport, feed the fish, can I borrow your vacuum cleaner? He might ask you for loads of favours, and then you can't say no to him. That's my worry, because I've become friends with him now. What if he starts, pick us up from the airport, but if you, imagine you get very friendly with him, he might ask you for loads of favours, and then you can't say no to him. That's my worry, because I've become friends with him now. What if he starts, pick us up from the airport, feed the fish, can I borrow your
Bianca,
vacuum
what's
cleaner?
going on?
It's going to be pressure.
It's gonna kind of become his.
Very hard to say no to him. A lot of people keep saying that about Diddy, huh? It's very hard to say no to this nigga. Even guys, now imagine what he was doing to women. Just only imagine what he was doing to women and young boys and young kids. This is the grown ass man talking about. So it's very hard to say no to Diddy. Very, very hard to say no to Diddy. My goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. I bet it was hard to say no to Diddy, huh?
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? We are on the plane right now, on our way to Vegas. It's called What Happens in Vegas Stays in Vegas. I'm here with my new best friend right here. My new best friend. Hello. Rusty Rocket.
Is this for Twitter?
Yes. Off.
Rusty Rocket. He done gave that nigga a nickname already, huh? Rusty Rocket.
Known as Russell Brand, yes. He's very, 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 very dear friend of mine. We go way back.
We've got a lot of history from the projects, of course.
Yeah.
Right, you got to tell him no. You got to tell him no.
Back in the day.
Very rough in those days, a lot of bother in the projects, but we've come through it now, things seem to be working out.
Yeah.
And I'd like to...
Does this feel? It felt a little. I'm sorry.
Liked it.
Yeah, you liked it?
Yeah, I felt so affectionate. I didn't feel comfortable enough to sort of start embracing you, so I didn't
He whispered that shit in here. I feel so affectionate.
want to be...
Oh, no.
I didn't want to overburden you with affection, but I felt that you were in a position to rest an arm on me. I mean, I didn't let it cross over into the area of being physically aroused or anything.
Yeah. None of that.
It was a bad thought.
None of that. But you know what it is?
Look at poor Diddy trying to hold his composure. He got somebody actually trying to play into the game. He like, damn it, I can't even hold my composure. God damn it, this is hard to do.
Yeah, we're going out on like a date. A straight guy date. Like
Straight guy date?
To a guy's night, 48 hours.
Puffy, with
Russell.
48 hours. Icon Vonnie, what's going on? Another 48 hours. Didn't you try to put Justin Bieber on the 48-hour Diddy vibe in Flavor Camp? Physically aroused. Yeah, word, right? I'm physically aroused. Jesus Christ, 48 hours. 48 hours. Now, what's crazy about this, right? Is Cassie is sitting right there in the back.
With a normal date between like a man and a woman, or perhaps two gay men or lesbian women, the best possible result of that date is
Russell.
With a normal date between like a man and a woman, or perhaps two gay men or lesbian women, the best possible result
Russell.
With a normal date between like a man and a woman, or perhaps two gay men or lesbian women, the best possible result of that date is sex. Now, with our heterosexual date, what is the best thing that can happen between us?
We can find some women that have sex.
That is a conclusion.
That's a conclusion. But 48 hours in Vegas, you're seeing us at the beginning.
48 hours in Vegas. And Cassie's just sitting her ass back there listening to these two gay ass niggas up in front. Talking about some 48 hours, just me and him. What the fuck Cassie's supposed to be doing?
48 hours. As you know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But we really,
Right, what's that? 2 IV treatments? Word, Fury B. 2 IV treatments for these two niggas, Mike, for 48 hours. Oh my goodness.
we plan on going to the hospital.
Are you going to chronicle the whole thing?
Yeah. We're going to chronicle the whole thing, yeah.
It's going to be
Really, we plan on going to the hospital.
Are you going to chronicle the whole thing?
Yeah. We're going to chronicle the whole thing, yeah.
Be chronicled.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm a recovering.
Just plan on going to the
Yeah, he's a
hospital.
recovering drug.
They just planned on going to the hospital. You heard them? Zoe Childs, what's going on? My goodness, we can find some women. Yeah, he hesitated on that shit.
Can't take drugs or
We can find some women. Your woman is behind you, nigga.
anything, like, or even drink. You can't drink booze.
Yeah, he won't. I don't know what's going to happen in Vegas, to be honest. He's recovering, but
I'm
it's
vulnerable.
Vegas. He's vulnerable.
I'm vulnerable in Vegas. This could be it for me. Plus, we're on a plane. There's been no
We put that in the shirt. You got to tell them no. We are putting that on a shirt.
safety announcements. No one said anything about these seatbelts. It's not been mentioned. People are playing very loud music. I'm wearing a hat that I regret. It's a difficult situation. What's going to happen to us?
I don't know. Me personally, you know, if you go to Vegas for 48 hours, somebody doesn't go to the hospital, then it wasn't a success.
Wasn't a success.
Wasn't a success. So
I'm putting myself at your mercy in this situation, Puffy. I'm using every one of your possible names: Sean, Diddy, P, Puffy. I bought these toothpicks because I think I saw you.
Yeah. Yes.
As a small token, you provided the plane, the tickets, the hotels to the big fight. I provided the toothpicks though.
And the whores.
Well.
Poor Nazir. She just walked in on this shit. You opened the door at the wrong time, huh? What's going on?
Okay, we've not discussed that, but if alright, I will try to. I'm not a misogynist. I'm against that.
Yes.
As a small token, you provided the plane, the tickets, the hotels to the big fight. I provided the toothpicks though.
And the whores.
Well, okay.
Emil Mendez, what's going on?
If alright, I will try to. I'm not a misogynist. I'm against that kind of language. I like to think of them as damsels.
So this is the beginning, and
will I put this on my
yes this
Twitter
is
as well?
It's equal access,
joint
venture content.
I provided the toothpicks.
Yeah.
So equal access. Right then.
Stay tuned.
Do stay tuned.
Peace.
So check it out, right? Yeah, I agree with y'all. These was some scary ass time in the 2000s. That's why I keep saying it. I am glad I did not get signed. I would have been a story. I would have been a goddamn story. I would have been either a story of death or a story of jail. One of them two. One of them two. I would have been a story of death or a story of jail. I would have caught pneumonia, been hung somewhere, or in a jail for 30 years because I tried to smack the shit out of Buffy. Because I'm telling you, this shit here, it was some scary times. It was some scary times to be around this nigga. I'm telling you. Teresa, what's going on? It was an incredibly scary time to be around Diddy back then, yo. For real. So, crazy thing is, right? The Vegas party that they were at, excuse me, when they were in Vegas, right? Puffy threw an after party for, listen to this. I love this jacket. But so this particular weekend, right? Puffy threw a after party. He threw an after party, and was it too low? It was probably too. It was probably too low. But Puffy threw an after party at the Manny Pacquiao fight, or should I say, for the Manny Pacquiao fight. Yeah, the audio was gone, but I mean it was terrible audio from back in the day. I tried to get the best video I could that time. Yeah, this is get him to the Greek era. So there would be a Manny Pacquiao fight in which Puffy threw an after party at, but that same exact after party, I believe, was the same after party where he had not only Cassie, but I believe Jay-Z was there with him as well at that after party.
Necessary part of your job, Aaron. Don't be complicated. I won't do it. I won't do it.
I know that last one was pretty much hard to hear.
Relax your aim. Aaron, if you don't do it, I ain't gonna do the concert. I'll just get on a plane and go back to London. The only logical thing to do in this situation is to put this deep in your arsehole.
Matter of fact, let me bring that up real quick. Oh, it's a few things that happened at that after party. Yeah, it was the Mayweather Pacquiao event. Okay, so no. This will be a different Pacquiao fight that he had her at. So this one he had this one Jay was attended with Beyonce, and this one Cassie was at. But this picture showed up at the after party though. The famous Devin Haney picture showed up at the after party. Hold on. So when you Google the after party pictures, this night shows up. So I guess it wasn't just Russell Brand that got caught in the Diddy party. He wasn't alone. But speaking of not alone, it would seem that Diddy does not work alone when he does things. It seems that, matter of fact, before we get into this Drake board real quick, right? Let's get into that tattoo that I showed y'all. So, there's a tattoo that Diddy has on his back. Now, let me see, what was the name of that lady again? I want to make sure I say her name right. So, Erzulie Dantor, that's her name. Erzulie Dantor. And supposedly this, let me just play the clip here to better explain. So, supposedly it was the worst idea for him to have this type of tattoo, considering what this woman, yes, the Haitian goddess, considering what this woman actually represents. Let me just play the clip here. Because I am brand new to her. Because that's the thing. I am she's a protector of women. So I'm very brand new to who this woman was. I just started looking her up today. So ironically, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? A protector of children and women. Right. Why would you have a tattoo of that on your back? Considering the karma that you are pretty much putting upon yourself and what you actually do to underage kids as well as women in general. It's the sex trafficking. Why would you even have a tattoo like that on you? Considering what she represents.
So who is this loi called Maîtresse Ezerly Dantor? Well, maîtresse is a word that can be looked at in English two sides. It can be a woman of importance, or it can be a woman who's dealing with a man in extramarital affair occasion. Now, in Haitian culture, maîtresse means pretty much the same.
What's even crazier about that is that Diddy is definitely one of the dumbest niggas I have ever seen walk this face of this earth. Not only for that tattoo, but for the simple fact that the nigga literally summoned Kim Porter when he did that record. That's all I keep thinking about when I even hear him doing dumb shit like this, is the fact that he summoned Kim Porter, of all people, on a love record.
And this is the gray area when we talk about this loi called Maîtresse Ezerly Dantor. In Ezerly Dantor, there is many lessons. We find the lessons of struggle of a single black woman. We find a lesson of sexuality. Ezerly Dantor is a very powerful spirit in Vodou. She may even be considered to some as the La Reine, or the Queen of Pétro. If you're experienced and learned, you know that the Pétro is a rite of Vodou, which is the aggressive side. This is the more, how could I say, the more dominant side of Vodou. In this nation, you have a lot of aggressive spirits, and usually she's put into this category because of her temperament. Ezerly.
So, do y'all remember in the book where Kim talked about literally him being into voodoo? Dantor means in the wrong. Ooh. Well, see, shit, he's definitely always in the wrong. That's crazy. That's crazy, like I said, that he would even have this type of tattoo on him, considering of all the amounts of things that he actually even does. That's it. That's what I'm saying. Like that's crazy. That Dantor means in the wrong. And then someone said in the chat earlier, it's a whole demon. Yeah, Madman 90, what's going on? Madman 90 said that's a whole demon. That's wickedness. That's wickedness right there. It's supposed to be a representation of a protector, but what you represented as is just straight demonic. That's the wildest part. He represents it in a very dark and demonic way, in a twisted, sick way. That's crazy right there. The things that we keep finding more and more about Diddy.
Dantor can be considered a loi that can be level-headed, and at times that can be extremely dangerous. Ezerly is a guardian of single mothers, of children, bisexual, lesbian, and gay men. But Ezerly requires service. If you want service from the maîtresse, she offers protection and she offers her aid in love. But unlike Marinette or various other spirits, her aid is in the direction of family. This is not a spirit that you petition to aid in your love matters if you're just trying to play games or you're looking for a temporary satisfaction. Dantor is a serious loi. and she does not tolerate nonsense. And Ezra Lee, in various songs, they tell you not to be negligent, because your negligence can contribute to her wrath. When you look at Ezra Lee Dontor, you have to take in the account of the darkness that she bestows, her presence. There's a difference between Ezra Lee Freda and Ezra Lee Dontor, and some people get this confused with racism and color line. One thing a person will realize is that when you're working with the photo of the Black Madonna of Chezatoa, you will realize that things that are of darker nature begin to manifest into your life. And this is why a lot of people in Vodou came to the conclusion that Ezra Lee Dontor is a black woman. Because when they conjured or utilized a specific image, the image of the Black Madonna of Chezatoa, they saw a lot of dark-skinned things begin to manifest in their life. And not only that, historically, people have used certain images to contact certain ancestors. But that's another story I don't want to get into. But what I will say is, when you are serving Ezra Lee Dontor, you have to be on your task. You cannot be negligent, because if you have children, she may turn against you and harm your children. She can be a very great spirit for protection, but she can definitely turn against you if you turn against her. When Ezra Lee Dontor's head is cool, she is Ezra Lee Dontor. But now, when her head gets hot, this is when you begin to see the manifestation of Zierouge. Ezra Lee Dontor has an alter ego, and the alter ego is Zierouge.
Okay, so I didn't even realize that. So pretty much, so care to elaborate on that, Nuance? Because I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all when I was looking this up. That there's an alter ego to this this deity. So there's like a Jekyll and Hyde version to it. Is that what he's saying? That there's a Jekyll and Hyde version to the deity that they pray to? I wouldn't even expect that. I didn't even know that deities could even have like a double side to them like that. That's interesting in itself. I never knew that deities can have a double side to them, like a yin and yang, good side, bad side. I didn't know that at all. So that's catching me. That caught me off guard already. Zoe Childs, what's going on? But yeah, New Eyes, do you know anything about let me see some real quick. So I had no idea about that. I had no idea about that. So dual side of deity, what's her name? Ezruli Dantor. Okay, so there were different names for it too. Okay, so Ezruli Dantor or Ezruli Dantor protects women and children and deals revenge against those who wrong them. Okay, silences, heals, calms, hearts. Okay, so it doesn't really elaborate too much on the dual side of things.
For those of you who want to know about Zierouge, I made a video yesterday, so you can go back and look at the previous video that I did, and you will get your information about Zierouge. But I want to...
Okay, so she becomes a demon on you? That's wild. Simba, what's going on? What's going on? Made it a good time, brother. You came in at a good time. A good show tonight. So, okay, so the dual side of the deity is a demon. So she initially is, so as you pray to her, initially she is a good spirit that you're praying to for protection. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. So the dual side of the deity is only, okay. The dual side of the deity is only to the people that actually wrong the person that's praying to it. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you so much for elaborating on that, New Eyes. I appreciate that. Okay, which now it makes even more sense. Yeah, it makes even more sense why he's catching the karma that he's catching right now. Because to have such a tattoo like Hippie Television, what's going on? For him to even have that type of tattoo on his back, and this deity is a protector of women and children, and whoever wrongs the women and children, she pretty much turns into a demon on. That would make sense why he's having such this large amount of karma right now. It's almost like the karma was pretty much gathered. That's what it sounded like now. Pretty much the karma was just gathered and piled up for decades upon time until it finally just dumped out and overflowed. But how he was able to suppress this karma and this karmic energy is what I'm really trying to figure out now. Like, how do you suppress this karmic energy for so many years to where you're still able to get away with so many different things all this time? And you have a deity demon on your back literally causing all bad for you, but yet that energy somehow was blocked out. That's interesting right there. That is very interesting right there. But that proves also the theory that, he's very much into, or should I say, he really was indoctrinated into the heavier parts of the Freemasonry and Scientology, because through that Scientology, he was able to even look up that type of voodoo. There's no way he would have even, like I said, we already seen and know that and can confirm Diddy is not the brightest crayon in the fucking box. He's not the brightest bulb in the box right now. Ever. You know what I mean? You hear how he tried to just say things are falling from the sky like a storm. You know what I'm saying? He'll think of dumb shit like that. I'm not thinking that he'll even look to, the fact that he didn't realize that there was going to be a karma behind putting a deity like that on him. Just putting that in, and you see how detailed the tattoo is engulfed in his skin pretty much. I use rouge means red eye. See, that's what I'm saying. And I'm pretty much, it sounds like that's really what he's seeing right now. Yes, I'm pretty sure he has way more than one demon attached to him. I'm pretty sure. The fact that he has that tattoo on him, though, is pretty much cursing him. He's pretty much cursed right now with that tattoo on him. That's the wilder part right there. How's he into voodoo and not knowing about the lower he's on his back? No, that's the thing. That's what I said. I think it's more so the fact that he was just so indoctrinated into the Scientology of things that he didn't think about the actual repercussions. When you're into that type of religion, you're not thinking about the repercussions of things. You're mainly only thinking about the benefit of things and the goal of things. You're never thinking about the actual repercussions and the what happens of tomorrow type of vibe. That's really what that comes down to. That's crazy that he even had that on his back on him all that time. Like I said, shout out to Miss C, because I was looking at Miss C channel when she talked about him even she pretty much played a TikTok of someone describing what was on his actual back, and I said, why would he even paint something like that on his back? Like, why would you? And I thought about it. I was like, yo, Kim talked about him being heavily into voodoo and getting into voodoo in the book. Like, I wonder how many spells he's actually been trying to cast on people. That's what I'm starting to think. Well, how many spells are you trying to actually cast on people right now? How many spells, should I say, how many has he casted on people from back in the day all over? It all adds, yeah. It's really starting to make sense now. Go Shaquille, chill, check it out. Go Shaquille. Let me see. Let me see. Because I'm in that type of vibe tonight, too. We are going to be looking things up. That's what we're going to get to the board in a second. We're going to get to this board here in just a second. We're going to get to that board here in just a second here. What was it? Goetia Keys. Trying to make sure I put it in here. Oh, I think I did. I think I got it. I think I got the Key of Solomon. Is that what you're referring to? Because that's really what it's coming up to. It's coming up to like 72 demons, and then it's got like the Key of Solomon. Icon Vani. It's coming up with that. See, that's my okay. It's connected to how Diddy is able to keep the dark. Yeah. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. That's how he's able to keep the dark energy off of him. The fifth pinnacle of Mars. Custom made around my neck. Really? See, I'm trying to look it up. But it came with, like I said, the key. It came with the lesser Key of Solomon. That is what it came up with for me. So let me see. Let me show you real quick. This is what I came. It comes up with. Yeah, the 44 keys is okay. That's what I was trying to figure out. Was I on the right track when I seen that? Because I didn't see Goetia keys. I just saw Keys of Solomon. I didn't know if that was what we I didn't know if that was what I was supposed to be looking for. All right, so I don't know if I want to look at Wikipedia. I hate going to Wikipedia. I'll keep it honest with y'all. I hate going to Wikipedia. I would much rather go to a different source than Wikipedia. But I refuse to go to a source that's going to be about payola as soon as I walk in the door. Like, hey, buy this. Nigga, I'm leaving. All right? All right, so the Lesser Key of Solomon Goetia, the Book of Evil Spirits. The Lesser Key of Solomon Goetia, the Book of Evil Spirits, contains 200 diagrams and seals for invocation, translated from ancient manuscripts in the British Museum, London. Only authorized edition. Extant. Okay, so they don't really have the whole book here. Of course. Oh, they do. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so would this be like, okay, quick question now. So would this be like pretty much the book that you would use for, I guess, I'm seeing a table here. So I'm considering this table to be like the legend for how spells are casted and what certain elements and things like that are even needed for these spells. Right. Okay. So it's like a spell book. That's what I'm thinking too. Zoe Childs is like a spell book. Because I'm like I said, I see this legend here with this table. I'm thinking to myself, this is what you're supposed to go by for certain spells to even work. Certain contents you're supposed to have. Then of course some of those symbols are pretty much okay. So these are all the symbols that that are supposed to be known right here. I do see like a Hanukkah-like symbol here. Not Hanukkah. I guess you could say Hanukkah. I forgot what it's actually called. Please forgive me. I'm just looking at all the different symbols and signs here to see if I catch anything that will actually stand out. Of course, you have this. I forgot what this is called right here. This is like a representation of infinity, I thought. I'm just trying to see everything right here. So all of these things are pretty much, I guess you would say all these are like keys and symbols. More than anything, this is the 72 Goetia demons. Oh, okay. Okay. You might be onto something there, Fury B. You might be on something right there, considering the video was in black and white. You might be onto something there. And I think that was also a day where there was a meeting going on, considering how they were actually dressed. If you think about it, considering how they were dressed in that video for I Got the Keys, they were definitely there for some type of Freemason meeting. If you look at all the different symbology that was around there. Flip the next page in this book here. Okay, got more symbols here. I'm assuming this is more of a wide range of those demons. The Lesser Key of King Solomon. This just tell me that this is what they really go by then. If you have to think about the different events that happened throughout the years, this is pretty much how they gauge them, is by, you know, playing a mass world game with all of us, in a sense. This is how they control people. Because, like I said, this came out the very day of. So I'm saying to myself, well, okay, we need to distract them a little bit more. So information like this is imperative if they start learning it. Imperative if we start learning stuff like this. So it has ties back to astrology too. Yes, it definitely does. It definitely does. You have all these books. You have all of these books. I need to get into actual reading rather than doing more audio. I try to find the time to actually sit down and read. A good friend of mine sent me a book that I need to sit down and read about success. So definitely will try to get more into tune to reading a little bit. Yes, everything is definitely all connected. Definitely all connected. And let me see how many pages is in this book, because we're not going to be able to get through all. Okay, yes, it's about 80 different pages in this book, and I don't necessarily want to ruin it for those that actually want to, you know, just find some good entertainment with the book. Okay, let me see here. 32nd Spirit is as Modai. He is a great king, strong. So I wondered too if he knew these, but he was trying to look at a different person. Like, I wonder if he was. I wonder if this is the actual. Oh, this is the actual scriptures. Okay. Let me see. He's a great king, strong. Oh, no, it wasn't a different person. Okay, so he's a great king, strong and powerful. He appeareth with 3 heads, whereof first is like a bull, the second like a man, and the third like a ram. Where have I heard that before? Werewolf? Was it werewolf, ram, and bull? Where have I heard? I've seen that in like Greek mythology before. Oh, wait a minute. Something is. Hold on. That's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, there it is. Okay, this is what I was looking for. Oh, no, this is a better depiction of. Okay, so human monster. Yeah, this is actually it right here. Okay, I knew I could find that picture. Where have I? Oh, damn. Trying to think now. Where have I heard this from? Where have I heard this from? Where have I heard that little excerpt from? Well, let me read this again real quick. So, excuse me. 3 heads, where the first is like a bull, the second like a man, third like a ram. He hath also the tail of a serpent. From his mouth issue flames of fire. His feet are webbed like those of a goose. Okay, so this is real, like... See, I haven't read stuff like this since I was really looking up the symbology of, like, Freemasonry and stuff like that. Because I'm seeing a lot of stuff that's similar to it. I'm seeing a lot. I'm seeing some things that's very similar to when they get to talking about the creatures, especially with Albert Pike. When he started, was it Albert Pike? Yeah, it was Albert Pike. Because he lived around the time of some creatures too. So that's what I'm getting at right now. Okay, so try to read Manly Palmer Hall books. Okay, can definitely try that. I'm trying to just read the chat here. Demons control 6th and 7th realm of Earth. Wow. So, quick question, right? Quick question. Considering Ciroc to be a spirit, right? If we're talking about in terms of liquor, Ciroc is considered a spirit. So, if I'm thinking about that, and it being an actual spirit, this wouldn't be why it was so important for him to. Yeah, okay. Now I'm catching on to what this is now. Now I'm catching on. I think it's time to go to that board now. Like Vonnie said, it's all connected. Yeah, it's time we go to that board. So let me play this clip here with the Ville. Here's my Let me play this clip here with the Ville because we've got to go into that board. And I don't want to forget.
What's going on?
Actually, before I do that.
This is big right here. You know what I'm saying? You know, some water. Round of applause for Drake, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Thank you. Okay. So this is something I wanted to say to you. Very, very important. I've been a studier of music, science, art, mathematician.
Well, I guess my question, I kind of answered my question in my head because I was like, yo, what are the chances of these demons, you know? Because when you said it was the 72 demons, I literally just saw something like that on YouTube and I didn't want to click on it, but it was like, it had the 72 demons and then right up under that it had the Lesser Key of Solomon. So I'm going to look more into that. But like I said, I think I answered my question in my head already of what are the chances of them praying to each and every one of these demons and pretty much like utilizing each and every one in a certain way on certain celebrities that have a certain type of influence. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if they're using those deities separately on different celebrities and just using them as the hosts? Perfect example, like Justin Bieber, for example, right? What if Diddy is using those same lessons that he learned as far as the indoctrination? What if he's using that through the voodoo and placing different deities or different hosts inside people? That's what it sounds like right now. Am I off? Like, if you have a book of 70, if you have a book that you're into as far as the voodoo is concerned, right, and you're into the Scientology of things, and you know how spirits work, especially since he has the access to those lessons as well, and people that can actually help him and guide him with those things. Clive Davis, number one. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like he's using the deities to pretty much, you know, that's what Sloan and them were talking about when he's able to tap into the astral world. Right. About the spores, yes. It all makes sense how Diddy's able to tap into that realm. He does it through the voodoo. Thank you, thank you guys. Thank you guys. And thank you, New Eyes. Thank you so much, New Eyes. Thank you so much, New Eyes, for this today. All right, now we cook. Now we can cook. We got seasoning.
The actual numbers and codes that goes into it. And so when they talk about the top 5, all
even
those
that
cats got a special code, you know?
Notice how he says
Round of
this.
applause for Drake, ladies and gentlemen.
Listen to
Round
what
of
Diddy
applause.
says how he introduces Drake.
Okay. So this is something I wanted to say to you. It's very, very important. I've been a studier of music, science, art, mathematician, the actual numbers and codes that goes into it. And so when they talk about the top 5, all of those cats got
You caught that, right? The numbers and codes. Well, he couldn't help but say that. Yo, I know about the science. I know about the numbers and codes. Like, you couldn't necessarily slang talk that one, did he?
a special code, you know? 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I couldn't even, I didn't know. It's clear the work you put in, you're in my official top 5. You're in my fucking official top 5. For real, y'all heard it. That's right, y'all heard it. Hits.
Thank you. That means the world. You know, obviously, I mean, there's very, very few opinions that hold as much weight as yours. Obviously, like, you want to talk about study, talking about the other day. You know, we've studied you since Howard days. You know, since those I studied the stories that Spoon used to tell me from Howard days, and just how relentless you were. You know what I'm saying? And to hear that from you, you know, that there's nobody else that can tell me that where it means more, because you've seen it all, done it all. You know what I'm saying? And now all my brothers.
What's going on, y'all? So I never thought in a million
Shout out to the homie DeVille,
that
yo.
we would be able to link 3 stories.
So here's the thing, right? And we gotta get into that. I might as well put it up too while he's doing this. But pretty much, if you guys don't remember, the Ebony Prince account was pretty much Kendrick's mole, right? And he pretty much was letting out a series of information and a string of information that was pretty much taking us down a lot of different rabbit holes that would let you know some shit about Drake, right? So it's all started pretty much from Chris Alvarez, and you know the overgrown, I guess you could say, the man child in the wheelchair, which now of course is starting to make even more sense the more we break down the whole child trafficking thing. It is starting to, in Adrenochrome, it is starting to make even more sense why Chris Alvarez was important to Drake. If Drake is into the Scientology of things, especially the way it, pretty much he had Chris Alvarez at the Mark fucking Hotel of all things. So that alone, but once you know, wait, what's going on with Drake? You have a residency at the Mark Hotel suddenly the week that you're performing. And it wasn't like you had a delay with that. You got that quick because of who you are. You got that real quick. So let's play real quick, Mr. Ville, because he had some very, very keen information. And like I said, I was already thinking that Diddy and Drake had a certain connection, but I didn't think it was going to be this right, a slap in our face of how close it was, and we didn't pinpoint it.
With just one picture. Now, these 3 stories that I'm talking about are going to include the Mark Hotel with Drake, aka Mr. Richard Fitzenwell. The second story will include Takeoff and the Jay Prince situation. And then the third story will also lead into the Diddy situation with the Lil Rod incident. These clues were given to us by Ebony Prince. Ebony Prince has been the person exposing Drake's dirty laundry, has been able to obtain items from Drake, and basically is alluding to the fact that he has a lot of dirt on Drake that he posts via, also being responsible for the items for the Meet the Grams art for the diss track for Drake by Ken. It turns out that this picture that we went over yesterday leads to a lot of things that we thought we would ever know. This one picture opened up a rabbit hole that I didn't think we'll expect to. So last night on live, we went and looked up all the information. We know that Drake is Richard Fitzgerald, as stated by the last documents that Ebony Prince had shared. We know that 1601 could be possibly a room that Drake was staying in, if this is a room. This is the date and time an item is found, and this is what I believe says purge date, which is the date that you get rid of an item, and there's a 30-day period in between. Now, there's speculation that you could keep an item that's lost longer than a 30-day period, but what it looks like 30 days is a purge date where you could just discard the item and throw it away. So last night on live, we went and looked up to see if Drake was really there on November 9th or around the time in November in 2022. But first, the key reason why we wanted to find out where Drake was staying around this time of 2022 was because a while back in May, Ebony Prince, same account, had shared this incident report at the Mark Hotel where it says underage guest drinker. Well, I'm assuming it's saying drinker, underage guest drinker, and it says the year 2022. Now the date is blocked off, the subject is blocked off, and the room number is blocked. But if that room number and if that date matches the dates on this paperwork right here, then we might be in it for a bigger surprise than we ever thought, bro. So that's why we try to see and try to find out when exactly Drake was there, because we wanted to find out if he is there. Let's try to see if we could put him in a certain place where he wouldn't be involved in that, or maybe he would be. Now, as you can see here, Drake had a partnership with Sirius XM to perform at the Apollo on November the 11th. This was back in 2022. Drake, being Richard Fitzgerald, shows up at the Mark Hotel on November 9th, 2022. As you can see, people tried to edit this image to see the paperwork in the
DeVille. Yeah, thank you, Fury B. He put it in the chat. DeVille.
Background. One of the things that people had stated was that in this document for the underage drinker, underage guest, it says here 12 right here. Can't make up the day exactly, but if this is a 12, going by the paperwork where you can see with the clothing with Richard Fitzgerald, this has to be an 11. So if this is 12, then this is 11. Going based off of how the purge date is and how the date and time of the item is found is a month apart. So people were speculating that that's what this date and time is right here. So let's go back to November of 2022. Because now that we know that Drake showed up at the Mark Hotel, at least around November 9th of 2022, Billboard had made an article talking about how Drake was supposed to perform at the Apollo in the end of the year around 2022 in November. You see what ended up happening, and I'll read it here.
The crazy thing is, I almost want to kind of skip ahead, only because we're pretty much going to find all that out on the board in the blind items.
The concert was postponed. It says here, after 2 postponements last fall, the Toronto superstar finally graced the stage at the legendary Harlem venue on Saturday night for the first 2 shows there is this weekend. In partnership with Sirius XM and his radio show Sound 42, the concert was originally meant to take place on Friday, November 11th, but was moved early December to mourn the death of Takeoff, who ultimately occurred a little over a week prior. The show was...
Now, that already was odd to me. The fact that this was around the same exact time, I didn't realize it was on the same exact time that Takeoff had passed. Which, when I covered Takeoff and the whole thing about him being sacrificed, literally his soul was actually sacrificed. And I watched a couple of videos and shared it about the Celestials actually picking up on that his actual soul was being harvested and just floating around in the astral. But they pretty much were just feeding off of his actual, what do you call it? They were feeding off of his energy in the astral. How Motown Records was known for the life insurance policies on the artists they took out, and pretty much we got Neff and Few the same week we got Diddy going to Motown. I didn't realize that all this shit was around the same exact time of Drake actually, going to New York. I didn't even peep that at first.
Then delayed again due to production issues. So Takeoff had passed around the same time. And that's why they're saying that they had to postpone the Apollo concert. But they didn't postpone it once. They postponed it twice. See, they tried to push it back. And then they tried to push it back again in December. And this is where the Takeoff story and the Diddy story get connected with this story. So Drake postponed his tour to mourn the passing of Takeoff. Ultimately, he never performed in 2022 at the Apollo. He ended up doing it later in January 21st. And that's when the situation with Christopher Alvarez happened. So that concert that's in question with Christopher Alvarez was the same concert that he postponed during the incident with Takeoff. But what's interesting about that is that we all know the story about Jay Prince and the situation with Takeoff and the theories that people had. As you can see here, it says tempers flared earlier this week when Offset and Jay Prince feud spilled over to social media. On the other hand, Jay Prince has attempted to debunk rumors and clear his family's name surrounding the deadly shooting, which took place in his hometown of Houston during the early hours of November 1st. Outside of a local bowling alley, the Rap-A-Lot Records founder has publicly addressed Takeoff's death on multiple occasions in different interviews, which angered Offset, who has remained publicly tight-lipped regarding the circumstances surrounding the incident. Tensions were raised to another level this week when Jay Prince and the Mob Ties family appeared on an episode of $1 Million Worth of Game earlier in February, where the Houston native dissed Set for allegedly not being there for his late groupmate, while Jay Prince maintains there was previously love on both sides. From interactions throughout his career with the Migos, the fuse was lit, and that love went to the wayside as the war of words started to intensify, becoming a trending topic on social media, as Offset promised in his most recent warning shot at Prince that it would be the final time he speaks on him publicly. So there was a back and forth with the Migos and the Jay Prince family in regards to the passing of Takeoff. Now, this is the reason why Drake had said that he wasn't going to perform at the Apollo, and that's why he postponed it twice. The real question right now is, if you're going to postpone your concert on November and then postpone it again for December, and then you postpone it again to January, the real issue is, why are you postponing it twice? If Takeoff passed away, why do you have to mourn his passing for 2 whole months? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense, given the fact that you're not even in Houston, you're not even near where he had passed. You're actually in New York, and it clearly shows that you were in New York after Takeoff had passed. Takeoff passed away on November 1st, 2022. You postponed in November, postponed in December, and then you don't perform until January. If you need 2 months to grieve the passing of Takeoff, I guess that's okay. But what really concerns me is that you were still at the Mark Hotel under the name Richard Fitzenwell in November 9th. So you were there. You still showed up even after the fact of finding out Takeoff's passing. This is 8 days after the fact. So you were there for a whole week after Takeoff had passed. So at least we have a clear picture of what kind of happened in November with Drake and why he didn't perform in November at all. So then why did he postpone it again in December? Because he didn't perform at the Apollo in December at all. He ended up performing in January, where that whole situation with Christopher Alvarez happened. So why did you postpone it? Could it possibly be because you had to go to a New Year's Eve party? Was it potentially because you had to go to a New Year's Eve party on a yacht that had multiple celebrities?
Only one saying what's going
Lil
on.
Baby, P. Diddy, Meek Mill, Quavo, French Montana.
Everybody was there. Everybody was literally there at the same exact time that night. And I didn't even pay that any fucking attention at first when I was looking at both parties. That this nigga had a party on the boat the same time that this nigga was throwing a party upstairs on the boat.
And Fabulous. You know what happened at this time also? That incident with Cuba Gooding Jr. Now, this is at the St. Bart's. Where they were at on the yacht, this is at the St. Bart. Look, January 2nd. Drake and Cuba Gooding Jr. there at the same time. Where? The Lil Rod situation happened. Yeah, as you can see here also, Drake was chilling at St. Bart's. Everybody was chilling at St.
Ross Clot Fury B, what you mean? Quavo paid $500,000 to the Houston police to keep investigation quiet. Ross Clot, what you mean? Hold on there. Hold on. Quavo. Quavo, $500K. Investigation. Let's see here. Oh, shit, there it is. Wow. Wow. All right, so hold on. Look at this. Okay, let me see if I find this. I'm trying to see if I can find out which article it's in. Where we at? I just seen it too. That's the crazy part. Like I just seen a video. Okay, here we go. Let me just do this. We'll just watch from here real quick. We'll just look at it here. Shout out to everybody tuning in, by the way. I greatly appreciate y'all.
I know that, you know what I mean, from the streets coming in. You know what I mean? They never liked me there. And you know.
Okay, so this is a thing right here. But you see what the title says. That's why I was just trying to go off that. But I didn't know that. I didn't even know that. But what I did come across, speaking of Jay Prince, was this.
Oh yeah, these niggas in awaken a sleeping giant. So let me put these bully niggas on notice by letting them know Drake is family. And the weak shit from Puffy and Suge is on my radar. First of all, Puffy, feeling like he can put his hands on my family, open the doors for his family to be touched. You reap what you sow. And to Sugar Bear on Lil Wayne's nutsack, nigga, you know I ride with Drake. So I accept any invitation you want to bring.
ATF, what's going on? So this is about 8 years ago. That's the crazy part. This is about 8 years ago. I would think around the time that the 0 to 100 thing happened, and supposedly Diddy had slapped Drake in the club.
I'm your worst nightmare. By the way, Lil Wayne is a his manager is a drunk, and his lawyer is a thief. So fuck all of them together. Disrespectful little punk. And to Baby and Slim, I will not allow it to stay on my track record that Cash Money took anything from me and my son. Do right by me and pay every penny due. I'm not gonna lip wrestle with you niggas, but if any of you clowns cross me or my family, bad news, gonna beat you home.
Now, needless to say, of course, they would keep it off wax and keep it in the streets. Of course, no one really said anything or got hurt behind this. But this wasn't the first time or even the last time that Jay Prince was going to do something like this. I just didn't understand why this nigga is such an OG, but yet still keeps playing these internet games. I'm pretty sure he keeps asking his son or whoever the fuck is around him, not even his son, because his son, I would hope, don't know how to do this either. He's asking somebody around him and paying somebody $200 to make these bullshit ass videos of him walking and talking from somewhere. It just don't look right. I mean, it don't sound right. It don't sound right with the track over it. The music on this shit just don't sound right to me. It just don't. For him to be an OG, this should just sound whack as a bitch. Having the echo and whatnot behind you. So yeah. Jay Prince mixtape. That's what I hear right now when I see this. Jay Prince mixtape. Do remember y'all. I don't understand why Jay Prince is doing these type of videos. He's supposed to be an OG and a boss, man. This ain't the shit that bosses do. This ain't the type of shit that bosses do and making allegations like that. And if you're gonna do that, what was the point of you bleeping out what you said about Wayne? Medusa, what's going on? Glowman, what's going on? What was the point of you doing that if you still gonna be beefing with Wayne? Yes, you know what? Let's get into that board real quick. Let's just get into that board. Let's just get into that board right now. Before we get too late, because we're already an hour and a half in. Where's my board? Oh. Clue. That's what Jay Prince reminded me of. Clue. To remember y'all. I don't understand it. Don't understand how these boys playing out here nowadays. All right, let me bring it up a little bit. All right, so what do y'all want to start with? Move this up a little bit. All right, so relax myself real quick. Where do y'all want to start with this board? We all want to start from the bottom, work our way around, from the left. We can work our way around from, say, about here in the left side and the bottom, and then make it come on around to the rabbit hole. We'll do that. All right. Alrighty. Top left. Y'all want to start from the top left? Where that first tweet is at? Now, quick question: is this the first time some of y'all even seen this board up here? Is this the first time y'all even knew about this board right here from the mole? I know some of y'all have seen this before. We're gonna go over everything still, but I just want to make sure there might be somebody that might have already seen this. But if not, all right, let's just start. It's cool. All right, where am I at? Top left. All right. All right. It's your first time ATF? All right. Okay, so where are we at for this first one up here? So looks like there's lyrics over here from an artist over here in the top left. Now it would appear that this was a Jamaican artist, I want to say, or a reggae artist that had said these lyrics here. Okay, so, well, as far as this board goes, a quick recap up to now. So, pretty much, if you guys don't remember, this board came out I want to say, the very beginning of the beef, right? Not the beginning of the beef, excuse me. The beginning of the back and forth responses. Yeah, we're gonna definitely. I still got the video on Dutch Valley, the disturbing video on Dutch Valley. So I want to say during the first, when Kendrick first responded, right? When Kendrick first responded and dropped Euphoria. After Euphoria came out, there was the emergence of the mole. Because Kendrick were going to mention that there was someone in Drake's camp that was pretty much leaking information on Drake. And still is to this day right now, supposedly a mole in the camp that Drake isn't aware about that's leaking a lot of information out to people. Or should I say leaking information out to him? Yes, it's pretty much it's a deep dive board, but more so on the underworld of Drake. So this, like I said, the reason why I really wanted to go over this board again with y'all is because this board was just so fun to even look up the blind items and say, okay, now you get to see. This board right here is why I pretty much hate Drake right now. I'll go on record in saying that. This board right here literally is why I grew to hate Drake the way I hate Diddy right now. So I have no problem going through this entire fucking board the way so many people can see the dark other side that Drake has been supposedly hiding from people. Okay? So a little chump change put a price upon your head. Let me move it. Ooh. You have a pedophile, brother. In the dead that for dead. Your friends see your love pop pill and eat ass and bear funny stuff. Go the boy, them take your face and shit it up. Now, when I saw those lyrics there, I said, wait a minute. Who is he talking about? Is he talking to Drake with this? Is he talking to Drake with these kind of lyrics? Go to the boy, them take your face and shit it up? Right, wait now. Like, what is going on here? What is happening here? So as we move down towards those lyrics, so, and you need for stop, pimp out, what's it? Pimp out the little girl. You're too fucking careless. For a big woman, you must have run a whorehouse up in London. So when I seen this, right, and then right across from that was this gentleman over here, I said, okay, what are the odds? Just what are the odds that our beloved Aubrey, I tried with the accent, right? But Originally, you never seen this boy too? Okay, so yeah, this is about to be fun. Then. This is about to be really fun tonight. Then to do this, yeah. Now I'm really roused up now to do this boy. So okay, what are the chances that Drake would have a house up in London? So okay, so let's look that up real quick first, right? So when I saw you must have a whole house up in London. Okay, so let's see, Drake house. London. What's up for y'all on the bigs? Like I said, it was super fun to just look up these little blind items here. So when you look up if Drake has a house, or should I say mansion, you come up with this article. Drake rumored to be mystery buyer of multi-million-pound Hackney villa. Says a multi-million-pound mansion in Hackney renovated by one of the owners of a hipster mini chain of bars is sold on social media, with rumors circulating that the buyer is none other than Drake. And that would be confirmed. The boy had a mansion in Hackney. This is in 2022. As you can see him posting up right here in front of the house. Now, I wonder who that is in the pic right there. I don't know if that's Dutch Avelli or not, but that's definitely a London native that he has with him there. So like I said, we're only on the first part of this, right? And already there's a reggae rapper that's hinting out and talking out about Drake, dissing him. Now, of course, we all know Drake has never backed down from a beef. Right? So why would Drake ignore these lyrics, knowing that there were shots sent to him? Maybe he would respond and we didn't know. But let's further on go into these blind items here, shall we? Ooh, this is so much more fun having a live doing this one. So, interesting lyrics from Jamaican artist Jada Kingdoms. Okay. So now, refresh my memory now. This wasn't a diss to Drake. This was a diss to Steph London, the brother of this gentleman, Dutch Avelli. The last portion translate to, "You must run a whorehouse in London. You've had many things discussed." Okay, so that's not part of that. So we're going to just stick to this. So let's see. Leave the video get attention. Let me see. Okay, so that blind item's not up there yet. So I'm trying to just make my way across certain things. Okay, so yeah. That makes more sense. I'm trying to just go into numbers as well. So you have 5 right here, 15. Got 12 here. Okay, so let's read this one right here. So the Dutch rapper can thank the Canadian rapper for drawing the world's attention to his activities. He badmouths him to anyone who will listen, especially when there are women around. He talks about what the Dutch rapper did to a family in some place called Yalding, and how he perforated the father's colon as his children screamed. He talks about how he uses his dog to lure school-age girls. He talks about how he makes money in Dubai. He talks about the dogs and how jealous he was when the Canadian rapper collaborated with the Middle Alphabet rapper. Who's the Middle Alphabet rapper? I'm trying to think who's the Middle Alphabet rapper. Who was the Middle Alphabet rapper? Now I'm trying to think now. I gotta remember that. I gotta look that one up again. The Middle Alphabet rapper. What's the Middle Alphabet? Is the Middle Alphabet M? What's the Middle Alphabet? That's what I'm trying to think now. With the Middle Alphabet rapper. Why is that not sticking out to me again? Okay, search the Dutch rapper's name on Instagram and videos of the Middle Alphabet rapper. Oh, okay. God damn it. Let me just put Dutch Belly in real quick. I don't know why I just didn't think of that. Okay. Dutch Belly Instagram. I don't know why I just didn't think of that. Because he damn sure does come up on the fucking thing. He damn sure does show up in the pictures. He damn sure does show up in the fucking pictures. Let me just go down to. Because he said the Middle Alphabet rapper. Let me just bring up Dutchie. So, and to bring more context to who Dutchavelli is, thank you. Who said that? Keep walking 454 test. Thank you. Yes. Icon Ronnie. Yes. Who said it else? Akusa GT, Zoe Childs. Yes, definitely. Most definitely. That's exactly who it is. Don't know why I'm like, it's gonna smack me in the head. It's gonna smack me in the back of the head in a second. But okay, so this is Dutchavelli's Instagram right here. Now you would have to go back a little bit further to, of course, see what the blind item is talking about, with Central C being in it. It would be the more earlier days of Dutchavelli. Oop, I think I passed it though. Matter of fact, let me go into the. Well, let me see. Being the reels, more the reels. So Dutchavelli, reason why there's a connection with Dutchavelli is because Dutchavelli is Stefflon Don's brother. So real quick, Stefflon Don. Because remember, when we're looking up this board here, we have to keep in mind of the fact that all of these people are connected to Drake. So you would put Stefflon Don, Drake. Drake and Stefflon Don spotted on a date after shooting his shot on Instagram Live.
Single ready to
No, let me do the question.
Wait.
So I need to do the questionnaire. Okay. Can we know your age, please, for the people that don't know? Because we need over 28.
You're gonna age me right now? All right, I just turned 32.
32.
Oh,
that
no,
32 is
that's
good. We like 32. 32 is fine. Where you from?
No.
So why should you be my man then?
Why should you be my man? Because you know what I'm saying. You know, I'm a confident guy. I can hold my own in any room. You know. You know, I known you for a while. We bust enough jokes together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we have known each other for a while.
What else? And you know, we could cook up tune together in a stew. You know what I'm saying?
Me like him. I like him.
I can
When you guys
organize all your heels and your fits and your wigs for you and all them things.
Okay, so again, that would be Stefflon Don is the sister of Dutchavelli. Yeah, so certain things are starting to make sense now, right? For all the dogs, DMX was DMX haunting all these motherfuckers. That's a good one right there. She was going out with the Nigerian singer, right? I'm not too sure. That would make sense of why that on why that particular singer would know what he knows, though. That would make a lot more sense, though. I'm not even too sure with definitely Zoe. Everyone that interacts with Stefflon Don ends up calling her a whore. I wonder why that is. Yeah, see? But what ended up happening was Drake would pretty much use this as a facilitation through Dutchavelli and having that Hackney mansion. So what pretty much was going on was, and we're going to get into that blind item next. What was going on was that the reggae rapper would pretty much let everyone know that there was a whorehouse being ran out of Hackney. So while we're on this blind item here in particular, right? Because it said something about Dutchavelli had committed a murder. So let's look that up as well. Dutchavelli murder. Let me see. Dutchavelli. Oh, here it goes. Here it goes. Let me see if this is the actual one though. Let me see if this is the one real quick. I want to see if this is the actual. Oh, matter of fact, let me just do this too. Murder : father. Is this it? Okay. Oh, shit. I don't know why I just did all that. I was trying to just go down. All right. Let me bring this up here. Okay, so the fall of Teflon Don, how gangster drug boss cleared of 3 murders was finally convicted for execution of father of 2 music boss after gunning him down in front of his son. So a drug dealer gangster who was cleared of gunning down 2 revelers outside a nightclub and beating and stabbing a father to death at a birthday party has been jailed for life after executing a music boss in a drive-by shooting. Okay, so this just happened in June. I didn't even know he went back. Oh, okay, so this is the manager of Dutchavelli that got shot. Wow. So Nana Apong, 43, mastermind, and Maywell have carried out a cold-blooded hit on music manager, father of 3 and grandfather of 2, Robert, 50, who was known to be friends as Fox. On June 30th, 2020, Mr. Powell, manager of rapper Dutchavelli, was shot 8 times with a 9mm pistol as he left a private function with his 2 adult sons in Roydon, Essex. Upon then fled the country and became one of the country's most wanted men. Ooh. Where's the one about about Dutchavelli though? Where's the one about Dutchavelli's murder though? That's the one about his manager. Where's the one he did? There's one that he did.
Wells Fargo has donated.
I want to look at the one that he did real quick. I thought I had it already, but it doesn't really matter. Like I said, we gonna freestyle the board tonight. So it is what it is. It's only 12 o'clock on my side, so.
It's your boy Ape Honcho back at you with a throwback case of him doing a freestyle, and ironically the 16th 2016 with the song Rumours featuring Clue. Dutch would then go quiet for about 4 months, and a reason for this is that he could have possibly been working on music, because in 2017 he would drop a decent catalogue of music with some standout songs. At around 3:30 AM on the morning of March the 16th, 2018, police were called to a property in Benover Road in Yalding to reports that 4 men had forced their way into a property and were said to have attacked Tom Fellows before leaving. Paramedics who attended the scene treated Tom for stab wounds, and he was taken to a London hospital to receive further medical attention, where at the time he remained in a serious but stable condition. Detectives from Kent and Essex Serious Crime Decorate had opened an attempted murder inquiry over the incident and were said to have been at the crime scene for more than 12 hours while forensic officers investigated. Because no arrests had been made, the police had put out an appeal for information and described the offenders as black males and in their 30s. It was also said that an unattended silver Mercedes car was later seized by police in the tail race at Toville Green near Maidstone in connection with the investigation. Just under 2 weeks later, police would go on and make an arrest on a 41-year-old male from Ilford, but he was released on bail pending further inquiries. Then the investigation goes quiet until August the 2nd, 2018, where police would go on to arrest and charge 3 men on conspiracy to commit robbery and possession of an imitation firearm with intent to cause fear and causing grievous bodily harm with intent. And the 3 men were at the time 42-year-old Marlon Manning, 41-year-old Jabil Freeman, and none other than 24-year-old Stephen Allen, aka Dutchavelli. Manning was also charged with possessing ammunition, and Dutchavelli was also charged with conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. Marlon and Dutch were both remanded into custody and were to appear at Maidstone Crown Court on the 17th of August 2018, while Jabil was granted bail and was to appear at the same court on the 24th of August 2018. 30-year-old Amy Wallace was also arrested on suspicion of assisting an offender, where she went on to be charged with the offence and was bailed but had to appear at the same court on the 24th of August 2018. So all had pleaded not guilty to the charges brought against them, and so a trial was to go ahead at the start of January 2019, and on trial would be Marlon Manning, Amy Wallace, Dutchavelli, Jabil Freeman, and further people who had been arrested and charged on various charges who pleaded not guilty also were father and son Robert and Cody Powell and Asif Malik. Robert and Cody were arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit robbery. Cody was also charged with having an imitation firearm with intent and causing grievous bodily harm with intent, while Robert and Asif were also charged with encouraging or assisting the commission of an offence. So the trial would go ahead on the 24th of January 2019, and Maidstone Crown Court were told of a backstory which involved bad feelings between the victim's family and Amy Wallace, because Amy Wallace's ex-boyfriend was jailed for burglary at the home of Tom Fellows' sister, which the sum was said to have been around £20,000. Afterwards, there were a number of threatening phone calls made to the victim Tom Fellows by another one of Amy Wallace's exes, that being Marlon Manning, who was currently on trial. In turn, Tom warned that the man responsible for the break-in and anyone who had sided with him would get a quote-unquote hiding, and it was said that Amy Wallace was upping the ante and aggro as more calls kept coming through. Prosecutor Ian Hope said the precise motivation for what happened may not matter that much, as there was more concern about what was done. Tom Fellows, who was a traveller who had worked at the Paddocks, usually stayed at his partner's home in Maidstone in the winter months, and on the day of the attack was the first night they had spent there for some time. The prosecution went on to say that is one of the indications that this was a planned venture based on information that the family was at home that night. During that night, Mr. Fellows heard a noise and saw movement outside.
So
he
they
picked
sat
up a
on
machete,
it.
and then the glass in the door.
So they pretty much sat on the house. They pretty much sat on the house as they was about to rob it. So pretty much this is the type of niggas that Drake got himself involved in. Dutch raped that man in front of him, in front of that man's wife and kid. Yeah. That is the nastiest shit about this whole thing. He killed and raped that man in front of his own wife and kids. Yeah, he's locked up. He's definitely locked up right now. That's why I read the that first article right there. So he's actually he's definitely away right now. He's definitely doing some time away right now. He's not out right now. But again, this is the type of niggas that Drake was involving himself in. And this is again the very beginning of the rabbit hole right here. But this is the type of people that Drake was involving himself with.
Exploded in woods. As he went through the hole left in the door, he was confronted by 4 masked men. He swung the machete at a 2-foot-long wrench, being held by one of the attackers, and the blade broke. Adding, he was then dragged back into his home and struck and stabbed repeatedly on his back. One of the men produced a handgun and threatened to shoot his wife, who was screaming. He was strangled, stabbed, beaten and cut. There was a request to hand over money. A few £100 kept in the home, and 2 Rolex watches were handed over. Tom was said to have stored money at another address because of situations like this, but nevertheless, the gang had wanted the money off him, and they kept repeating that they wanted the money while they attempted to tie him up. Chloe Smith was punched in the face. She ran from the home and tried to attract the attention of neighbours, but she was pulled back inside. The prosecution added that the home was heavily bloodstained and ransacked. A mattress had been removed from a bed, while clothing from a child's room was thrown across the floor. It was said after this the attackers had left because something had startled them, and then a neighbour heard a Mercedes car speed off at around 3:30 a.m. Police who were en route to the scene were confronted by the vehicle driving towards them head-on at 80 miles an hour and momentarily airborne as the gang made their escape. The vehicle was later found abandoned 6 miles away, which we've previously spoken about, and it was in the middle of a road with the keys still in the ignition. The prosecution said the men had left the vehicle, and 2 were later seen by witnesses without shoes or socks, and they were wearing inappropriate clothing for that time of the year because they had disposed of their incriminating clothes. When police officers arrived at the scene though, Chloe was holding a young child and Tom was curled up naked and shivering in pools of blood. He was taken to hospital and treated for multiple stab wounds and was left with a perforated colon. 4 weeks into the trial, on the 21st of February 2019, a retrial had been ordered as evidence was discharged for legal reasons, and the retrial was to go ahead at some point in September later on that year. At that retrial date, it would start off again with the background and the incident being told to the new jury, which we've already gone over, and as the trial hearings went on, the court heard that Marlon and Dutchavelli were said to have tried to get Tom to retract evidence he gave in a witness statement given to police. At a later court date, Chloe Smith had given evidence to the court, and she said she was sleeping on the sofa at the property, but at around 3 a.m. she was woken up by Tom shouting, "Who's out there?" She said despite him being half naked, he grabbed a machete and went outside to confront the men. She went on to say, "I saw a torch through the window. It was then I realised that someone was there. Then the glass front door was smashed. I got up and ran to the front door, and one of the boys came to me."
Okay. All right. Yes, very ritualistic. Sounded very ritualistic. Almost like something out of a horror movie. Something out of a fucking horror movie with this one. Again, this is the type of niggas that Drake was concerning himself with, though. So let's move along now in this board, because this doesn't even stop. This isn't even the tip of the fucking iceberg with Dutchavelli. Yeah, we got more with Dutchavelli. So it looks like the Butterfly rapper confirmed what was said in this space. Some weeks back, the Canadian rapper leaked his own video to get attention and is associated with the Weinstein and Epstein men, like the not nice person, Baca, not nice as Baca, and the porta potty who lost opportunities to the middle alphabet rapper. So porta potty would be Dutchavelli. Central C. He lost opportunities to Central C. After he was caught trying to brainwash schoolgirls and was accused of selling his meat in Dubai. So pretty much Dutchavelli was trying to sell himself in Dubai. Pretty much getting fucked on and gangbanged by men in by rich men in Dubai. Yeah, porta potty is Dutch. That's Dutchavelli. Which that was another thing that the the Mole was pretty much talking about a lot, right? He kept mentioning that Drake was pretty much selling himself in Dubai to the rich men. We'll get into that blind item in a second. Never fall in the escort business. That's bad religion. Always remember, you could be a bitch even if you get bitches. Yes, this line in the New Family diss track is about him. It was a warning shot because he has heard about what happened to the little girls in England. Also, count how many times the Butterfly rapper says the word dog in the 6 a.m. diss. Not an accident. He saw the dog video too. He'll expose how the Canadian rapper tried to throw Porta Potty Dutchavelli under the media bus to save himself if he has to write more diss tracks. This should scare the Porta Potty because everything in the blinds about this beef has come true so far. Okay. So, let me see if I still got that video. And if I do, warning. That's really begging. Oh, I do have that. Okay, I do have the other video. Oh my God. All right, so warning. Warning, warning, warning. Okay? Again, warning. If you are a dog owner, fucking warning. Okay? You are a dog owner, warning. All right? Warning, goddammit. Yes, that is a pit bull munching his ass. Now, reason why he's recording this, as you can see here and read, I told you these men do the most for their slave masters. I can't even post the whole thing. Can't cast my eyes upon this nastiness bonfire. Men like Dutchavelli doing up animal abuse. Called, I don't know what that says right there, but call the police is what I would say. But anyway, yes. Yes, Dutchavelli was getting his ass munched by a pit bull, by his pit bull. Why would Diddy sell himself in Dubai? Why would all these men sell themselves in Dubai? Shashi Versace, what's going on? Why would all these men sell themselves in Dubai? The same reason these women sell themselves in Dubai. Oh my God, that just reminds me of that blind item. Woo! That reminds me of that fucking blind item. Oh my God, that just reminded me of that one. Of that girl that went through her story. Oh my God, that's going to be a fun one when we get to that one. Okay. Oh my God, that story right there. That just reminded me of the girl that the guy that I don't know if he was like an Uber driver. I know he was the boyfriend or something like that, and the lady pretty much told her whole Dubai story of her and the girls going, and she had to eat the vomit and eat the. Oh my God, we're gonna get to that one, but yeah, again, as you can see here, Dutchavelli getting his ass munched by his own pit bull. Again, these are the type of niggas Drake associates himself with. So let's further into that blind item because I now remember the video that I have here.
Hey bro, tell me now, should I get him punched up? Alright, imagine I was in the studio.
You're gonna see some very interesting tweets here, or interesting messages here from Drake.
Definitely not on a date.
Let me see if I can pinpoint exactly where the ones from Drake. Oh, there they are. You see Champagne Poppy there.
You're gonna make my mom call my phone talking a madness, bro.
I don't like how that wave went.
You're gonna make my mom call my phone talking a madness, bro.
This is Dutchavelli and Drake pretty much talking back and forth. There's not enough money in the world.
You already know, man. You already know my family love you, bro. You see how my mom was acting when she found out you followed, man. Not even just my mumsy, cuz my little brother comes to me, he's like, "Rah, Drake follows you." He's like, "Rah." Cuz that's love, my brother. You already know, man. Bro, just keep being you, bro. You get me? There's not even no constructive criticism I can give you apart from keep being you, bro. Cause you keep it a whole 100, bro.
Who says Diddy's money is his? Dope Montana. Yes, yeah, exactly. Rich people sell themselves for more money, especially the drug addicts.
I don't know, mate. I don't know, mate. You need to. Fam. You know what it is, yeah? You know, why didn't you just say to him, what's your problem? How about that instead of everyone talking?
Now I wonder if this is the one where he fucked up and showed the message with. Where is it now? Now I gotta look it up. Now I gotta look up the. I'm gonna bring it back real quick while I look this up. There's a particular one, and I need to just read the blind item of it. Matter of fact, real quick if I can, because then it'll show me exactly where it is. It'll show me exact. I'm gonna bring up the blind items again. There's a particular blind item in here, and the reason why I posted it again, reason why the cover is what it is because one of these particular blind items has Dutch Avelli and Diddy. I'm trying to remember exactly which one it was. So I know a lot of these, pretty much the blind items were all connected to him. Well, should I say the ones on the left side were all connected to him. So thank you, Fairy B, for saying let's start with the left side too. 'Cause I was thinking about what part of the left side to start with, but yeah. Okay, so let me zoom it in just a little bit. The Teflon rapper and her family are musical, but most of their money comes from their work in the sex trade. They use their music videos to attract customers. If they could speak Arabic, they would know they are called. Oh, someone just called this the Carpet Family. Someone just said this in the chat too. The Carpet Family. That is because they're always on the floor. They leaked the video of the brother pushing the dog towards his rear. Guess who it was for? And of course, that's just the bottom of blind item 12. Where's the one with Diddy? Where's the one with Diddy? Where's the one with Diddy? Is this it? Ah, there it is. Here it is right here, because you see Mr. Freakoff. Okay, so there is a video on YouTube which exposed the leaked DMs of the Dutch rapper. The video is on a channel called Rap No Cap. Okay, so here we go, guys. Here we go. This is the blind item I was looking for right here. Okay, so it's on a channel called Rap No Cap. Pause the video, 4 minutes and 56 seconds, and look at the third message. It's from his sister. Her name is Baddest Gal. She joked that he didn't want to show his face on camera because Mr. Freakoff was in the room. A very specific joke about a very specific person. Don't take anyone's word for it. See it for yourself. Okay, and I did find this actually. I did find this one actually. So hold on to your seats, guys. Hold on to your seats. Hold on to your seats. Oh, wait, was that the actual one? Wait a minute. I might already have it up. Let's see. 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Okay, hold on. 4:56. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Okay, this is it. Never mind. I do have it. I already have it. Never mind, y'all. I already have it up. I knew I saved it for a second. I knew I saved it for a reason. Okay. Here's my screen capture. Okay. All right. So it's gonna be seen real fast, but I'm definitely gonna show you guys what they're talking about right here. So it's at 4 minutes and 56 seconds, he said. But this is the actual messages here. That's looking mad, my guy. Your first tape when you first signed. Okay, so we're gonna pause it right at it. Okay, so just show face P. Diddy in there. You see it? Baddest Gal. That's Stefflon Don's message right here. So pretty much, Stefflon Don was just trying to tell him go live. We know P. Diddy's in there. Isn't that something there? Let's move forward in the blind items here. Yes, trust me when I tell you, this board got pretty wild. This board got pretty wild when we started going down it. We haven't even gotten to the shell corporations that Drake owns. We haven't even gotten to that. Okay, so Central C from Britain is laughing all the way to the bank because he has given all the brand deals that were supposed to go to Porta Potty, Dutch Belly, before he was canceled. Morality clauses stop companies from doing business with artists with bad reputations because that drives share prices down. The Porta Potty makes his money in Dubai, and the middle alphabet rapper makes legitimate money selling music in the modeling for the Pentland company. Okay, so that's why Central C doesn't necessarily think about doing the rap music too much. He's already in the modeling business. Should have left the little girls alone. Okay, so let's bring this out just a little bit. And have we pretty much covered all of the Dutch Valley? I think we pretty much covered majority of Dutch Valley. No Diddy. But look at this. Diddy, Drake, Dutch Valley minor. Sexual assault, animal, intimacy, paid relations in Dubai. It involved Diddy and Drake. It's really starting to show how much these two were connected. It is really starting to show how much these two men are connected. Especially considering this Mark Hotel. Okay, so look. Now we're at the bottom of this left part, right? So for all the dogs. Jeffrey Epstein's Little Black Book. The Mark Hotel mentioned in Epstein's Black Book. It definitely was. It definitely was. Do I still have that list right here? I wonder if I still have that list. Mark. Do I have that list still? Caspian Restaurant. No, that's just the restaurant I have still. Yeah, it's just a restaurant. Okay, so that's a different thing I got there. Oh, I didn't mean to pull that up. Got it. Let me pull my board back up. One second. So I have my board up, and then I clicked on something I didn't mean to. All right, let me just go see if I can go back. Yeah. Yes, he's very, very sick and sadistic. Very sick and sadistic. Is this? Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. So I almost lost my board. That's a wild one over there too. But yeah. All right, so the Mark Hotel. Where are we at? The Mark Hotel. Okay, so let's move on down here. So the missing laptop wasn't pretty much to look up. So it's Drake's missing laptop. This is pretty much how the Board of Information even got started, was through this missing laptop that was supposedly I'm not going to say stolen, but it was more so taken by someone that was working at the Mark Hotel where Drake was actually staying at. Drake pictured leaving same hotel, the Mark, wearing the dog masks. Okay, so in a video provided by the father of one teen, perfectly shows his then 16-year-old son grossly intoxicated at the Mark Hotel. Let me move that in just a little bit so we can get the right name there. Theodore Weintraub, now 19, claims the Mark on East 77th Street preyed on teens like him in a bid to fend off foreclosure. The Mark engaged in a scheme to prioritize revenue collection by serving alcohol to underage teenagers. Weintraub's attorney, Leo Esses, writes in the counterclaim filed last month in Manhattan Supreme Court. It says here, NYC's The Mark Hotel sues underage drinker who protested celebrity appearances, saying hotel backs Epstein and denies that. I think I still got that video too. The protester. Let me see if I still got the protester. The Mark Hotel protester. I got that protester in here. No, that's a different. That's the other one. All right, now I got that video, so I gotta look up. Let me see. Mark Hotel protest. Here we go. I should still have this video then. Let me see. Drake leaves. Is this it? Yep, there it is. Okay, so now I want you to listen to what's being shouted at Drake too. Yes, the Mark Hotel was in Epstein's black book with no name listed.
Guys, I gotta back up. Both sides back up.
Yes, he definitely did. He made a song to repay. He made a song with Dutch to repay the favor of introducing him to Stefflon Don.
Yo, back up. Drake, what up, Drake? Mark help Epstein.
You hear what that? You hear what the guy's yelling? Mark helped Epstein. Mark helped Epstein. Mark helped Epstein.
Both sides back up. Back up. Yo, back up. Drake, what up, Drake? Mark help Epstein. Mark help Epstein. Mark help Epstein. Mark help Epstein.
You heard what the guy was yelling? The Mark helped Epstein.
Guys, I gotta back up. Both sides back up. Yo, back up. Drake, what up, Drake? Mark help Epstein.
The Mark helped Epstein.
Mark help Epstein. Mark help Epstein. Mark help Epstein.
That protester would be that same 19-year-old that was in the article. The same 16-year-old kid that was intoxicated at the Mark Hotel that was being preyed upon and supposedly about to be sex trafficked. Let's go back to our board now. Mark Hotel. Let me see. Let me read some things here. Real quick. Yes, okay. All right. Alrighty. Now we know there's a shortcut through Central Park that connects the Mark to the Park Hyatt, where Diddy was arrested with the oil stains. Ain't that something? He was arrested right through in that little area right there. See Drake throwing up his little Baphomet sign? July 17th, 2023 is when he was there. Wait a second. Okay, so July. There's a reason that was highlighted right there. July 17th. Was it 2023? He said. Why does my number lock off? I hate when that happens. Because it was something I looked up with this too, with this particular date. Okay, so him and 21 Savage were performing that night. So it was a Drake concert that night on July 17th. So he was actually there. So that would prove that he actually was at the residence of the Mark Hotel because he was performing that night. So he definitely was in the vicinity right there. Okay. Now I remember looking up these right here. So pretty much, right? Let me also add some context to this. The reason why it was such a big deal that the laptop was stolen is if you look up Tough Books, these are military graded laptops. I'll show you guys real quick. Let's see. Tough Book laptop military. These are pretty much the laptops that are, with your Diddies, with your government officials. These shits right here, as you can see what they run at probably the Chivas. And these things hold hella footage on it. So imagine how much shit is probably on one of these computers that Drake owned and got taken. Which I believe this is the one that this is the one right here that's in the picture. So it's not even a pretty expensive. That one pretty much might be an updated version of it, but wasn't necessarily that one wasn't the expensive one at all. Wait, that wasn't Drake's laptop. It was Ebony Prince's laptop. He posted the receipt from buying it because everyone said the laptop was stolen from Drake. Well, that would be interesting right there. Which I wanted to know, too. I always wanted to know how that even went about and how that transpired. So he pretty much was just trolling Drake about he stole a laptop from him. But the Ozempic and all that other stuff, all the other, the prescriptions and everything like that, I don't think that was necessarily forged or anything like that, or props, I should say. All right, so let's go on back. Because that wasn't where I wanted to go. We go across up here. Let's bring it on back. Yep, all the other stuff was his. Okay, so I guess that will leave us to Mr. Chris Alvarez, right? Okay, so how will we go about Chris Alvarez? Because Chris Alvarez was pretty much a wild goose chase that pretty much still hasn't been solved necessarily. Okay, so for those that are not aware who Chris Alvarez is, right? I'm gonna just put y'all on game. Chris Alvarez is pretty much a man child. If you could say he has a I forgot what his actual disease is. What's his actual disease? Okay, skeletal disorder. Make sure I say it right. Thanatophoric dysplasia. It's a skeletal disorder, pretty much where he's engulfed in a baby's body, but he's actually an adult. So, and he's actually a writer for the Brooklyn Eagle. Bring this up here real quick. Move this down. Move that down too. All right. Okay, so this is from his own page right here. So Christopher Alvarez is a freelance reporter and filmmaker who lives with the serious skeletal disorder, thanatophoric dysplasia, and reports on issues affecting disabled people like himself, as well as celebrity interviews. He recently graduated from Columbia Journalism School. Now, before I even read the rest of that, what do y'all see? Because I can bring this picture up, the actual picture that this is. If y'all don't notice this, that this is super photoshopped. Drake's arm and distance between that and the chair. The blurred out background. The fact that when Drake met Chris Alvarez back in the day, of course, that's what he was wearing. But at the same time, why is this picture photoshopped the way it is? Yes, why is his arm floating like this? It's photoshopped. This picture was pretty much photoshopped and edited. You see the headline right here: Drake and Kendrick Lamar social media firestorm that burned one reporter's reputation. This picture was pretty much edited and photoshopped in mid beef because Chris Alvarez was catching so much flack and heat for that picture of him at the Mark Hotel in the lobby. Because if we go back to that same blind item, right, we see what date? January 22nd, 2023. But the main thing to note, his wrist looks dislocated. That's funny as hell. If you notice, this is Sunday morning, 3:19 in the morning. What is Chris Alvarez doing at 3:19 in the morning of the Mark Hotel where Drake is staying at? That would be the main question that people want to ask there. So 1/22/2023, Drake. Now, ironically, karma would have it in the universe. The January 22nd show was the same night that a man fell from the balcony at Drake's show. That very same night that Drake performed at the Apollo. Excuse me, not the Apollo. The mezzanine. Or what's the Apollo? Yeah, the Apollo. Excuse me. He performed at the Apollo when the guy fell over the mezzanine. So the real question to ask is, what was Chris Alvarez doing there, and why did he say in his article he was only there listening to beats? Which further pictures would also show of how long he was actually there. So The gentleman was actually there for about 4 hours. Let me see if I can pull up the newer ones from Ebony Prince real quick. So I believe he just did the newer ones. Where's my guy at? All right. No one looks at the replies of browser. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is the new stuff here. I gotta get this. I must have that right there. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to go down to. Okay, here we go. Trying to go down to the new Chris Alvarez posting that it was here. So now there's a different time. So we went from him sitting there at 3:19. If we look at the date, it says January 21st now. That could be an observation there. The bigger question is, you see how it says 23:45? That would be, it's about 11:45 right now in this picture. Saturday still. With Chris Alvarez in the lobby. Here's the funny thing about this. It would be said that he was only there for about 2 minutes just listening to beats and having a quick meeting with Drake, right? How were you having a meeting with Drake at 11:45 at night? What's that saying goes from the movie? You bought the bottle of beer at 11:30, right? Oh, no, you definitely bought the bottle of beer at about 12:30, right? See? No, you didn't fuck that right. You know you didn't fuck that right, don't you? No, you didn't fuck that right. You were there at 11:45, all the way up until about 3:20 in the morning. So again, this is the witching hour, of course, right, that you're leaving. If supposedly someone just had a show that night, right? Someone just literally had a show that night. So, needless to say, Mr. Chris Alvarez should not have been there for about 4 hours if he was just listening to beats. Right, you know you didn't fucked up, right? So, and then there was a picture that was circulating around. Now, matter of fact, let me show you that other picture too. Because this one was going crazy too. Chris Alvarez, Drake. Where is it? What a world we live in. 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 Now, supposedly these were from some a Halloween skit he was doing. This picture here, but again, you see a picture on the left of another angle of Mr. Chris Alvarez in that same Mark Hotel waiting for Drake. That's the bigger focus of this too. Again, we are discussing. I was gonna say disgusting, which is exactly what this is. We are discussing the disgusting ways of BBL Drizzy, BBL Drizzy, Baby B's BBL Drizzy. Huh? After this one, I'll call him Baby BBL Drizzy. He like his baby BBLs. Lord have mercy. Lord help us all. Lord help us all. The wig scares me. That wig pic scares me. Yes, it's not a very good sight. It's not a very good sight. But this is what these elites are into. Oh yes, what had happened was you already know. You already know. This one gets wild. This goddamn rabbit hole of this man Aubrey gets wild. Yes, was it really a skit? Was it really a skit? Considering the times, was it really? So I tell you, I didn't even know you was in here. What's going on? What's going on with you? This is some sick shit that these elites are into, y'all. This is some very sick shit that these elites are into. Okay, so back to reality. I don't trust these freakazoids either. I'm with you. I am with you. Okay, so we get to this one now. Oh, actually no. Because on top of that, Chris Alvarez one would be it's also worth noting that somebody recently tried selling me what they said was secret footage, security footage, videos of Drake making girls drink out of dog bowls, etc. The post in the lead of this thread matches that energy, so expect more leaks soon. I wonder if I have the pictures of that. Now that I'm thinking about it. Let me see. Dubois. Oh, I do.
Did you know that we have already applied?
No, that's that's that one. Okay, where's my? I do have it. Oh, I do have it. Oh, I do have the girl's story. I got the girl's story for y'all. I got the Dubois girl's story for y'all. All right, we're gonna get into that in a second. I'm kind of hungry right now too. Fuck it, we gonna rock out. We're gonna keep on rocking. So let's see here. Where we at? Okay, if Kendrick mentions anything about dog bowls or birthday parties in Toronto, then shit is more serious than we thought. Drake settled for $350,000 with alleged sexual assault victim Layla Lace, who claims he forced her to spit and measure in a cup during oral sex. So let's read up here. It says Laquana Morris signed a retainer agreement with Alexander Cabrias on January 23rd, 2018. I explained to him that was sexually assaulted the rapper Drake. Matter of fact, let's just bring that up here. Okay, so what does it say? Victim Layla Lace and Drake. Is that what it says? Layla Lace, Drake. 2018. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the two dogs that's in front of the embassy. Okay, so this is Miss Layla Lace here. These are the texts right here. Hey, this was at the magazine release party yesterday. Yesterday, what you think? Thank you, babe. You look so sexy. Thank you. You sweet. I better see you soon. There was more texts from him. Yeah, just been sick. Got a cold. I hope you feel better. I'm sick as well. I got a cold. Oh, this crazy. These weren't in here last time I looked in this. This is crazy. Hope to see you soon. Okay, babe. Hey, hon. How are you? Feeling better? Blah, blah, blah. These are more texts. I've been missing you, so I gotta wait until April to see you. So, any of these texts talk about the dog bowls? Okay, this is her tweet right here. So I guess in the area, the thing that after you tell a dude you're pregnant, they stop answering the phone. Okay, so this is probably that's why she exposed him. So pretty much. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this is why. Oh, wait a minute. So I guess still in this era, this is the new thing that after you tell a dude you pregnant, they stop answering their phone. One lesson I have learned out of this whole situation is to never be so naive when a guy disrespects you. Like, you don't even have to do nothing wrong to this man. It's really unbelievable how he will just feed you with lies and hurt you for no reason. Once you forgive and accept it, just know Drake, pretty much, Champagne Poppy, will continue to treat you like shit. I should have ran for this. I should have ran for the hills. No, I felt for the good guy image that his asshole portrayed to be. What a fraud. I feel so stupid. I never told this man no. I did everything he told me to do. Shake my fucking head. Never asked him for a dime because I got my own bread. Whatever he did for me, he did it. He did it on his own. Had to remind myself that this man was once a actor. So why the hell did I fall for his bullshit? What makes matters worse is that when you try to be private about the shit and keep your mouth shut, nobody cares. It's a shame that I even have to come out of my character. I hate that I gotta put my business out like this, but fuck it, people. Nowadays only respect when you're messy and ratchet. Shake my fucking head. Fuck you, Drake. You and I know I was good to you. This is how you treat them dusty, thirsty ass bitches that be on your dick. Now to think up, okay, we can read the rest right there. All right, so let me go over to Drake settles fraud lawsuit against woman over false pregnancy rape claims. This would just be one of the things that Mr. Drizzy was had himself in hot water in. He mentions at least 3 kids on Meet the Grand. And that was another thing I was thinking of when I read that, because I was like, oh, shit, that one was really on the low. That's why he was talking to Adonis' sister. That one would make a lot of sense now. That one would make a lot more sense now of where that daughter is. All right, let's move along across this now. Okay, we went across Chris Allen. Okay, so matter of fact, let me make sure I did something right. Make sure I did this right. Make sure I did this right, because I feel like I missed some things. I don't know why I feel like I missed some things here. I don't know why I feel like I missed some things here, but okay, that was about the Ozempic, of course. Yeah, that's about the Ozempic and the medication and In the BBLs, of course. Okay, so this was an interesting one up here. All right. So, man who cooperated in the Triple X murder trial is now a witness in the YNW Melly case. So remember, so this is a pretty cool one here. Remember when in Euphoria, when Kendrick goes, what was it? I'm YNW Melly. Let me bring up the Euphoria lyrics real quick again. Euphoria lyrics. Where's the YNW Melly? Where's it at? Where's it? Okay, so it's nothing nobody can tell me. I don't want to talk on no celly. You know I got language barriers. There's no accent you can sell me. Yeah, Cole and Aubrey, you know I'm a selfish nigga. The crown is heavy. I pray they my real friends. If not, I'm YNW Melly. So, this was pretty interesting itself because don't think about running up on me. Okay, so Glock on to the murder. Don't think about running up on me. Okay, so let's listen to that particular interview right there. Let me see if I still have his interview. Matter of fact. What is it? Okay. Okay, I do not have that still, but let me just keep that up then. Dubois. Okay, here it is. Keep these up because we're gonna get into that next. We're gonna get into the Drake. We're gonna get into the Dubois girls right now. Let me pull up this real quick of Glock. Spell this kid's name again. Oh, duh. Okay, Glock 9 Triple X sex murder. Let's just listen to this real quick. Matter of fact, this will tell us a lot about what's going on in this particular blind item as far as YNW Melly is concerned.
But like Kodak got South Florida, that shit. Ball game over there, that's him.
Yeah, I mean, but there's also Lil Pump. There's also, Wi-Fi's funeral, and then let's not forget XXX Tentacion.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, he got X. Yeah.
Did you know him at all?
Nah, I ain't know him.
Because you're from Orlando. X is from where?
I think Broward. Broward somewhere.
Is that, how close is that?
Like 3 hours.
Oh, okay, so it's pretty far.
Yeah.
I mean, being from South Florida, when you're not from the exact same area, but you felt the effects of XXX Tentacion.
Oh, matter of fact, I think I was on my way down there. We was on our way down there when he died? Yeah. No, we were down there, boy.
Oh, you were leaving from Broward?
Yeah. I was in Miami.
Okay. And that shit happened?
Yeah.
How did you feel when you heard that news?
I ain't gonna lie, I got pulled over. I was on highway speeding.
You got pulled over?
Yeah, I was trying to go get my diamonds.
The grill? Okay.
Yeah. Scratching. Onto my hand on the highway. I was doing like one something in a Bourbon. Big ass truck flying. Then I think I get pulled over. Cracker got us over there for like 2 hours. State trooper.
Oh, they were thinking you had something to do with the shit?
Oh, nah.
Oh, okay.
Nah. I ain't that one saying. I couldn't really feel no type of way about that shit, cause.
Oh, you're going through it already?
Yeah.
Police. Okay, I see what you're saying. We had Boosie. I think we were, you guys were watching this clip. Boosie, was on Vlad TV, and he started breaking down how most rappers get killed in their home city. It's crazy when you say most rappers get killed in their city. I started thinking Bankroll Fresh got killed in Atlanta, Chinx Drugs got killed in Queens. We can go back, Soulja Slim killed in Louisiana, Big L killed in Harlem, the Biggie and Tupac thing, they were traveling at the time, but everybody else, Jam Master Jay was killed in his own studio in Queens.
Right. It's facts, man. It's not, what I'm speaking is facts. Those are the guys who would want to hurt you, those guys who've been looking at you your whole life and building up envy. They build up envy to where they can't do nothing now. They can't stop you from getting money. You don't want to be their friend or associate. You can't come in their crew and get any kind of money. They're too big for you to even try to beef with. So you know what? I'll just take your life.
And it just happened with XXX Tentacion on the same day Jimmy Wapo got killed in Pittsburgh. And the list just goes on and on. You know, you're talking about you were dealing with haters before.
Yeah.
What's it like now when you're hanging out in Orlando? You just don't go. You just don't hang out like that.
When I go to Orlando, I go to my people house. I go to the hood. Cot. The hood. They love me over there. I ain't gonna lie. Nigga come over there, boy. It's like saying he don't love himself. But nah, though.
Okay. So let's continue on with that. Because, let's see. Triple X. Murder. Okay, so man who cooperated in Triple X Tentacion's murder trial now witness in YNW Melly's case. So Robert Allen added as witness on YNW Melly's trial. The prosecution in the YNW Melly murder case filed supplemental discovery revealing additional witnesses they plan to bring forward during retrial, according to court documents obtained by XXL on Tuesday. Robert Allen is one of 7 additional people in the Florida State Attorney listed as witnesses who have information that may be relevant to any offense charged or any defense thereunto. It is unclear exactly what information Allen may be able to provide concerning the retrial of YNW Melly, which is set to begin this month following motions and jury selection. Now, I too wonder exactly what this might even be. So Robert Allen assists state in Triple X case. Robert Allen was one of the 4 men initially charged with the 2018 robbery and murder of Triple X, along with Michael Boatwright, Desrick Williams, and Trayvon Newsom. However, Allen took a plea deal last August and agreed to testify against the trio. Due in part to Allen's testimony, Boatwright, Williams, and Newsom were sentenced to life in prison. Allen was sentenced to 2 years in prison and 20 years of probation in exchange for his testimony. Which makes you wonder. Let me see. Was it subpoena? Let's see. Watch this. So Drake pretty much got involved in this whole Triple X case.
Actual order itself, Judge, doesn't give any reference to what the penalties would be if Mr. Graham failed to show for that deposition. I don't even think we can get there. I think that the affidavits attached to the motion are insufficient. I don't believe that an order to show cause is appropriate given the lack of foundation in the petition. There's not only missing pages, but the things that are attached to it, the affidavits that were filed, were insufficient to warrant an order to show cause. So I don't think we need to get to the point where I would argue that even the service itself didn't go down the way that it was stated that it went down. I don't think we need to get into an evidentiary issue at this point, because I don't think the affidavits rise to the level of an order to show cause. And then if an affidavit if a subpoena for deposition is going to be reissued, then upon that reissuance and that possible service, then we would have an argument as to the harassing nature of it. Because at this point, I think you have a cooperating witness that corroborates that Mr. Graham has nothing to do with this case. Mr. Graham is not listed in any report. Mr. Graham, I don't believe, has been discussed whatsoever in this case, to my knowledge, other than I think they have cooperated, and I believe that if I was hired earlier, I would have probably filed a motion to quash that deposition itself, because like I said, there needs to be some good faith showing. At least, his phone was in the area. He was in the state of Florida at the time. There's some sort of communication. There's something. And there was absolutely no evidence whatsoever other than rumor and innuendo. And the problem is that someone could come take the stand and say, Elvis made me do it. you can't go then take out this is depot. Well, you can't anyways, but I'm just giving you an example. That doesn't rise to the level of now I get to take someone's depot because this individual said, someone made me do it. So I don't think we need to get to that point, Judge. I think prior to getting there, I don't think the affidavits attached rise to that level. I pointed out the inconsistencies in those affidavits, especially the inconsistency in the affidavit from Mr. Padilla's secretary, who says there's some subpoena dated January 19th. There is no subpoena attached dated January 19th. There is a notice, but that notice isn't even in the court file. That is a notice that was never filed. I looked online, there's no notice ever filed for that January 19th. And then the last point, and I don't even know if I need to address this, is that when you submit a subpoena and you serve someone with the subpoena, that subpoena needs to be accurate as to time, place, and what I'm going to be questioning you. You can't say, hey, and the subpoena, well, the notice itself is a little strange, but I'll address that in a second. You can't say, hey, contact my office, I'll give you a Zoom link. It's like, hey, I want your deposition. I'm not going to tell you where it's going to be. It's going to be somewhere in the state, somewhere in the county. You contact my office, I'll give you the address. There's no law that puts an onus on a deponent to contact an attorney, either the state or defense, and puts that burden on them to contact us, and we'll tell you where it is when we can. I understand the security aspect. There's ways around that. Number one is you don't have to file the subpoena that you actually serve on the individual. You can just file the notice. That subpoena can be filed under seal if you want to file it. So those are two different ways. The third way is Zoom provides a password. You could provide the Zoom link and then say, we will email you a password. There's a million different ways to do it. It wasn't done here. No fault. I'm not faulting Mr. Padilla. I think Mr. Padilla was trying to do what he thought was proper for the Zoom link. And I've had cases with Mr. Padilla before in the past. I think he's a good attorney. I think he knows what he's doing. But in this case, I just don't think it's appropriate. I don't think the order to show cause is appropriate because of what I laid out before, Your Honor. And I think even if we did have the actual subpoena, I don't think the subpoena would have been valid because of that Zoom link. And I do want to just put on the record, Judge, where it says in the notice, which again is dated January 19th, it says Zoom details to be provided separately via email. That's the first statement. Then under that it says contact Padilla Law Group for details. Even that's confusing. So are they providing the link in an email that's going to be emailed to me and then I'll know what the link is? Or do I need to contact the office? And again, that's in the notice. It's not even, I don't even know if that's in the actual subpoena. So for all those reasons, Judge, I'm asking that the order to show cause be set aside. And then if Mr. Padilla wants to serve a future deposition, if and when that future deposition is actually served, I'll file my motion based on that, but I don't think it's right until that point.
Judge, really, I'm wondering who drink would.
Don't waste your time and money doing college classes, even if it's part-time, just to boost your income. Instead,
I wasn't expecting that little thing to come up in there. But anyway, okay. So as you saw, Drake's lawyer pretty much had to defend him from even getting that subpoena to come to court for the XXX murder. Supposedly, word had gotten around that he had, something to do with XXX's murder, and he had gotten subpoenaed to even come to court, especially since he had so many different lyrics that were floating around that were said to be, connecting him, of course, to the XXX murder, of course. Countless people, and I mean countless people, were going to say that he had something to do with the murder of XXX. Especially when you look at certain lyrics. I'll give you an example of one right here. SMS, XXX. That's the only time I ever shoot below the neck. Why you keep on shooting if you know that nigga dead? That's the only kind of shit that niggas get some respect. That will be one of the first times he raps about XXX. Let's see. I'm geeking hard, don't know who to take. Don't know what I took. My doggy got booked for acting like Book. He shot him in daylight, 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 broad day, shot him in daylight. Then there will be another record. Louis bags in exchange for body bags, in which Triple X had a Louis bag on him. There's the Sicko Mode video. In which there would be a lookalike of Triple X Tentacion getting crushed by a Drake meter. Same hairstyle as Triple X. See, someone will even say, tired of all this below the radar shit, and I refuse to sit back and watch shit transpire like. A lot of people started having a problem with the subliminals that Drake was throwing, showing that he had something to do with the murder of Triple X Tentacion. This would be another record. And this is when I started to take notice even more. This is when I started to take notice that Drake definitely had something to do with his murder. In which he would rap, "You young boys take some of that money and set it aside. Not having enough to pay your tax is a federal crime. You niggas obsessed with me, and it's not on no hetero vibe. Handle beef so quiet, you think that I'm letting it slide. Next thing you know, we tiptoeing past enemy lines. Dissed me so long ago, we making your memories fly. Conspiracy theories start floating around like the Kennedy guy. I'll probably hold a grudge against you guys till I'm 75. He was mad he got caught stealing bars. The crazy thing is, Triple X was one of the first people that said that. He was one of the first people that said that Drake was stealing people's lyrics. It's one of the first people to say that. Yet he is somehow murdered for it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to save the shell corporations for last. Going to save that for last. I more so would like to get into the dog masks. Let us get into those dog masks and why they're dog masks. So, I am going to pull up now a story from the Dubois girls. Okay, so let's get the first one up here. Oh, not that one. Here we go. Dear goodness. All right. Let me bring up the first part of the story here. I guess it's going to be a little bit of a second here before I get... well, I guess I can just do it like this. That way they open in one big file. Here we go. Bingo. That's what I needed. Oh dear God! Well, all right. I'm just gonna read it from the. All right, let me just bring it up here. Sorry, guys. All right. That's how we did come before, I guess. Oh, it's this one. Okay. So my ex-friend was a Dubois porta potty, but that's a story for another day. Not gonna hold y'all long. But she used the money to buy her man a car for his birthday, and he left her when he found out what she had done. He still drives the car though. White bitches have zero. Oh my gosh, white bitches have 0.4 morals. I swear. Okay, so we're gonna let me get rid of that one. Oh, you know what? Where's part 2? Okay, bring up part 2. Sigh, okay. So a while back when I was in Costa Rica, I met these white girls who basically were traveling the world. They were fucking wild, but yeah. So this one girl, she's a flight attendant. Let's call her Kate. So Kate was constantly hyping me up about traveling. I hate that I gotta do it like this, but you zoom that one in. Okay, so one night after the club, we're on the beach with the surf boys. The fucking stories I could tell about these surf boys. And we're telling the wild stories. Kate goes, well, I hate the wildest. Well, I have the wildest. Bitch, nothing prepared me for that fucking roller coaster Kate took us on. So Kate proceeded to tell us that there's this underworld of sex traveling. I don't know this at all. Where if you're lucky, some rich guy will invite you on an all-expense paid trip just to say he can sometimes full-on sex, just so he can Okay, sometimes full-on sex is involved, sometimes not so much. She said she was on a private flight from Canada to France. Notice how it says that as well. From Canada to France, and one of the dudes took a liking to her and invited her to Dubai right there on the spot. She had to be careful taking his info because she could lose her job for fraternizing. But they exchanged numbers anyway. Okay, so she was on a flight basically, right? Now imagine that the flight attendant pretty much just got bagged by some rich dudes and said, "All right, take my number." She could have a wife at home. I mean, she's got a whole husband at home, which she actually did. Whole boyfriend at home. Still, don't even care, right? So let's go on to the next one. Oop. Hope you guys can actually see this too. If not, let me know. Let me know. She said he took her out a couple of times in France. It was nice. He was the perfect gentleman, opening doors, paying for experiences, etc. She said she kissed him and he was taken aback, like he wasn't expecting that. She thought he would cancel the trip, but he didn't. Now you got a whole ass boyfriend at home. You kissing random dudes. Ain't that something? Mind you, this man is super cute supposedly, so he's into him. Oh, so she's into him too. Anyway, D-Day rolls around. D-Day rolls around. That's funny. She's boarding her flight in Canada, and he's boarding in LA. So they're meeting in Dubai. She told her boyfriend she had a small gig over there, and he was like, "No problem." Yeah, rat bastard. She said he set her up in an amazing room with a view, and they met up later after they both got some rest. They did dinner and took her back to the hotel and left. She's wondering what the fuck is wrong with this man. If she only knew. If she only fucking knew. Move this one up. All right. I don't know why that came up. Okay, so the next morning he texts her and says, "Get ready, dress classy. You have an hour." Cool. She gets ready and car picks her up. It's a long ass ride, but oh well. When she finally gets there, it's a beautiful mansion with no neighbors for literal miles. She walks in and it's a bunch of older dudes milling about with each other and girls her age. She started. Wow, she just tried to blend right in, huh? She's starting to get the idea. It's a bunny ranch. Wow, she even knew what it was already. It's a bunny ranch. She still doesn't see an issue. Her host greets her and introduces her around a bit, then asks her to go enjoy herself. Okay, so before we even finish reading that, just read a quick definition of what a bunny ranch is. Bunny ranch, Dubai girls. Okay, so Bunny Ranch is pretty much. I don't know if you guys. I'll just say it out. It's pretty much just a whorehouse. Bunny Ranches are pretty much like a little mini whorehouse that they got in Dubai. Anyway, okay, so she walks in a bunch of. Let's see, Bunny Ranch. She's still in. Okay, She's talking with the girls, and some are really nice, but a few of them are really nervous. And she just chalks it up to them being newbies. She just chalks it up to them being newbies. They were not. She said she noticed the men weren't drinking, even though there was alcohol everywhere. Most of them were having coffee. Interesting. That's when you pretty much know shit's about to get a little bit weird if they were drinking fucking coffee of all things. Another reason I'm single. I agree with you there. I agree with you. That's why you shouldn't kiss. That's exactly why you shouldn't kiss. That's exactly why you shouldn't kiss at all. Move this one up a little bit. Just a little bit. Oop. Just a little bit. Okay, so at some point in the evening, they all sit down to dinner, and she said she'd never eaten that good before. Even dinner, they played games, and everyone slowly drifted off to bed. She tried to follow her host, but he said no, her room was on the other side of the mansion. Weird. Wow. I can't believe I even fallen for this right now. So she passes out, and about 2:30 a.m., there's a soft knock on the door. One of the attendants has come to get her for the games. Games at 2:30? She puts on some sweats and went. She said where where there had been furniture just hours before. The whole place was empty, except for buckets and sex toys. The other girls were standing around too. Some were confused, but the nervous girls were shaking now. So much for being a pro. Right, red flag like a motherfucker. Laced alcohol. Brothel where they line up everyone so you can pick. That's the Bunny Ranch. Yeah, I was trying to find the actual definition, but thank you, Freebie. Thank you so much for that. Hey, at the Bunny Ranch. They at the Bunny Ranch. Okay, so the men came in. Girls were instructed to strip. Hesitantly, they all did. She said she watched in horror as the jovial, fat German man walked over to a bucket, dropped his pants, and took a shit standing over it. He pulled his pants up and walked over to one of the girls and hand-fed her his shit. Like dipped his hand in the bucket and scooped shit into this girl's mouth. He looked at her expectantly and she started chewing. So at this point, Kate is fixing to leave. I would hope so. I would hope you are fixing to fucking leave at this point. So at this point, Kate is fixing to leave, and her host lets her know she is stuck there. Fuck. There are no cars, no one for miles, and they took her phone. He tells her if she wanted to opt out, she'd have to find her own way out and miss out on the money. Money? What money? Oh, money just rings a fucking bell in her head, huh? A light bulb goes off now. Fuck the fact that someone just got hand-fed some shit to eat. Where the money at? She just turned Tom Cruise that quick. Ain't that about a bitch? Okay, so he proceeded to explain the game. As he does, she looks around. The men are smiling and the girls, well, they're calculating how much they can take. 50,000 last the weekend and you get the 50,000 each. At this point, the girl chewing starts gagging. The man with the bucket holds it out and she pukes into it. He grins wide. He sidesteps to the next girl, silently challenging her, tears in her eyes. Oh my God. She opens her mouth. Oh my Lord. I'm just going to list off some of the things she said she did and witnessed. Wow. One girl had the contents of the bucket stuffed up. Her. Kate ate a solid piece of shit. Girls had to slide across the floor on their stomach, licking up shit. There was human centipede actions. Now, if you don't know what human centipede is, if you've ever seen the movie Human Centipede, it's pretty much where everybody is attached to an ass. Okay, so pretty much you're on all fours. You're eating one girl ass. The next one is eating the other one's ass. The next one needs another one ass. Next one needs another one ass. Next one needs another ass. Another ass. It's a whole big ass train of ass eating. Pretty much. And everybody's just attached to that ass. Attached to it to an ass. Pretty much. Disgusting. Fucking disgusting. Lord have mercy. The buck don't stop there. Rooms the next morning, they were summoned to breakfast, and the men ate and drank and joked like nothing happened at all that weekend. Each girl collected their cash. She said while she was getting into her care, this sick man, her host, had the audacity to say, "Hope to see you at the next one." The fucking audacity. She said when she got back to Canada, she took a work sabbatical and underwent intense therapy because the sight of anything brown and creamy triggered. Anything brown and creamy triggered you, huh? You couldn't even do no damn cream in your coffee, huh? She didn't tell her boyfriend about it until a year later, and he promised not to tell anyone what she did, but that he couldn't be with her. He said he was keeping the car, though. Smart man. It was the it was the least she could do after putting him through that. She said it was fair and let him keep it. He got a free car out of finding out that his girl cheated and ate some shit. Yeah, she got $50,000. $50,000 fucking dollars for that. $50,000 goddamn dollars. So, clearly she didn't learn her lesson because I met her while she was doing a sex travel. She did say, though, that she refuses to meet the men anywhere other than the hotel, bar, and restaurant, and always has backup when they go to the rooms. When she was done, the air was still, the silence was deafening. We were all in ducking shock because why would you ever tell that story? I never spoke to her again. Smart man. I want y'all to understand, Kate comes from a good home, had a job that lets her travel free, made good money, said that's the part. She's a fucking flight attendant, made good money at the job, said, and still did all that for some fucking Instagram pictures. Some people are beyond saving, brother. Agreed there. Some people are just beyond saving. Now, what was this right here? I thought this was the one out there. I thought it was a different one. But yeah. Crazy, crazy world we live in, isn't it? Crazy, crazy fucking world we live in. I tell you, yo. I tell you. Okay, so let's get back to the board. But yeah, that was pretty much how I even stumbled upon them crazy Dubois girls, was reading about this nigga in this dog mask. That's how I stumbled upon all of this shit, was reading about this nigga and the meaning of these goddamn Dubois dog masks. And I said, what in the entire fuck? What in the entire fuck is going on in Hollywood? Suddenly, I did not want to be an OVO member anymore. Flight attendants get paid shit, to be honest. Is that there's a joke on the airline industry that says don't use your welfare benefits your in your uniform. That's funny. I would think flight attendants have it good, though. I would definitely think they always had it good, though. I would have definitely thought that. All right, so where else? Oh, okay. So while we got everybody in here still, before I get to the shell corporations, let's read this here. Oh, where is it? Oh, I gotta move in a little bit. 2019, you think you're going to Drake party, but get Dennis instead. Let me see if I still have that clip up here. Oh, yes, there it goes right here. No, not this one. Not this one. Oh, here it goes. All right, so this particular picture right here would be this one.
19, you think you're going to Drake's party, but get Dennis instead.
So what was actually happening was supposedly Dennis was tricking women into coming to his house, telling them that it was a Drake after party, when instead it was actually just his fucking house and a creepy ass butler following girls around. a la story time.
Get ready with me while Roy tell the story of the time that I thought I was going to an after party at Drake's, and it ended up being a party at his dad's house. So this was back in 2019. I would like to preface that I was an adult. I was 22 years old. My friends and I are not from LA. We went down and we were able to get like a table at one of like a larger club down in LA. Had fun. And then one of my friends ended up meeting some guy who was like, hey, we like your vibes. Again, we're like not from LA, so this is not like a normal situation from us. And we're like, oh my gosh, how cool. He's like, so there's an after party happening at Drake's house. Like, do you and your friends want to go? And we're like, obviously, like that. Yeah. Again, this is like not our normal scenes. We're like, for sure. One thing to note was that it was literally being televised that he was at some like basketball game in Canada, but we were like, he has a private plane. He can fly here quickly. Like, that's what's happening. So while we were in line, there was some like random like crazy man that was trying to like talk to us and was being real weird. And there was this private security guard who was helping like some celebrity who was there. And his name was Big Money. And Big Money, I know you follow me still. I love you so much. And he was like, hey, back up. And like was so sweet to us and was like very kind and protecting. But then was like, hey, let me get your number and like text me wherever you're going so I know that you're like getting there safe. Because we were clearly like not a part of this scene. Like this was like not our normal scenario that we're in. So our Uber pulls up and we pretty immediately are like, oh, Drake is not going to be at this party. There were like 15 people there. It was not super busy at all. And we're greeted by, it felt like out of a movie. It was this weird, creepy ass butler who was like probably even older than Dennis. Weird vibes. And they just kept like randomly like stopping and then like dancing and then continuing on with conversation.
Think of the creepy ass butler from Tomb Raider that used to follow around Lara Croft. That's what I'm thinking about when she's talking about this butler. That creepy ass butler used to follow your ass around and you had to just pretty much just glitch and put his ass in the freezer just so he stopped following you to fuck around and get him lost in the maze. That type of shit right there. That's the creepy ass butler I'm thinking about right now. But just thinking about that, right? You think you going to a Drake party, and the whole goddamn time you end up meeting Dennis Graham.
So just Dennis was there, which again, still not from this like area. I'm like, still pretty cool. Like, all right, like for the plot, let's see where this goes. Also, I'd like to preface that like I'm not a victim. I just thought it was a crazy story. It was a very weird and like uncomfortable situation, but like once it got to the point where I was like, this is too much, me and my friends left. So we were really only there for like maybe 20 minutes. While we're there, he's just being super like handsy and weird. He said some like really strange comments, which that's kind of what started leading us to be like, okay, this guy's odd. And like clearly Drake's not coming. So like we feel like we saw what we needed to see and we're ready to go. One weird thing is there were photos of Drake everywhere. Like his entire wall is just like memorabilia of Drake, which I thought was hilarious. But yeah, basically just like a weird, creepy old dude with his weird, creepy old butler. So we, after 20 minutes, are like, let's go. This is weird. There's like also not enough of us here for us to feel like super comfy. So we tried to call an Uber, but he lives like way up in the Hollywood Hills and there was like a security guard at the beginning of the neighborhood and they're like, oh, the security guard won't let us in. He's like, no joke, like a mile and a half up this road. And we're like, what the fuck? So we literally had to walk in the pitch black to get to our Uber because the security guard wouldn't be like letting our Uber in. No street lights at all. So we're walking, a group of, I think it was like 5 of us girls, And then all of a sudden we're walking and we see a car coming up from behind us, and it slows down, and it's the fucking butler. I don't know if I can cuss on here. And he's like, hey girls, you want to get in the car? Like,
See, I told you, like the creepy ass butler from Tomb Raider. No matter where the fuck you go, you can go around a whole goddamn maze. This goddamn butler's still gonna be right in front of your ass.
let me give you a ride. And we're like, no, thank you. And we like start running. This happens like 2 more times. He keeps like making his laps, and like we're the only ones walking on the street. Pitch black, so scary. Then all of a sudden we see a figure walking behind us, and we're like, what? Like, what is that? So we start speeding up because we're like, that's so scary. Then the figure starts speeding up. We start running. The figure behind us starts running. So finally one of my friends just stops and yells like, what's your problem? And we just hear this like sweet girl's voice, and she's like, I'm so sorry, like I was there and I was like getting kind of scared and freaked out. My friends didn't want to leave, so like I left. So it was just this girl walking down the street by herself, and she was trying to like keep up with another group of girls to like feel safe. And then we were like running away from her. So obviously she joined our group, and we made sure that she got home safe. But yeah, that's really it. He was an odd dude and was saying weird things. I'm not going to get into it just because I'm like, I don't know what. I don't know. I'm like a little scared. But like nothing bad happened. I'm not a victim. It was just a crazy story. And it's like one of my favorite fun facts to be like, I peed in Dennis Graham's toilet. So, yeah. And then next time we went to LA, which was like only the second time we were out, saw Dennis again. So I think this is just kind of like his thing. And we were talking to someone about it, and they're like, oh yeah, no, you never go to a party at Dennis's house. So I think it's just kind of like an LA thing that we were just not aware of. But yeah.
Okay, so apples and trees and all that. Also, I know his dad probably been doing this for centuries because he was related to Larry Graham, which makes Drake a nepo baby. Oh, Larry Graham was into this? Hold on. Hold on, we need to look at that then. We need to take a look at that then. One second. Let's see if we can find something on Mr. Larry Graham. I also thought I had the Dabo video already, and I was gonna pull up just my video real quick and just say fuck it, but I might as well just get the Dabo video again while I'm at it. Makes no sense not to. We get this Larry Graham pulled up for y'all though. Larry Graham Drake. Drake is Larry Graham's nephew. Okay. Let me pull that up here. Larry found out about Dennis after Drake blew up. Okay, so. Okay.
Wells.
We got Larry Graham right here.
You or someone you know used that song in their wedding, prior to their wedding, or maybe on their engagement. I am honored to be sitting with the voice himself, the man that you just heard, Mr. Larry Graham, welcome to Kissing After Dark, sir. It is a pleasure.
Well, I was the voice until you started talking.
Oh, no, brother.
So see, now I got to drop down. So, what's up, man? What's up, bro?
Larry Graham, man, I hope I'm not being disrespectful if I call you a legend.
Oh, well, thank you. I take it as a compliment.
Do you?
Yeah, definitely.
Because it really is meant to be served as a compliment. Let me give y'all a quick history lesson. And you need to correct me, because I'm probably going to mess up in the class. But if I'm not mistaken, it all started on one level that I know about with a group by the name of Sly and the Family Stone.
Of course. Yeah, that's where my style of thumping and plucking the bass became popular.
So let me be clear now. You are the master. You are the originator.
Right. Nigga was just like Dennis.
Of the plucking and thumping on the bass.
Yeah, well, what happened is my mother and I were working together as a trio. Now, she was on the piano and I played guitar, and we had a drummer. And so she decided to get rid of the drums. Well, first of all, I started playing the organ, like with my foot, the bass pedals.
Yeah.
And so playing the guitar at the same time.
Wow.
And so now we had bottom, and we kind of got used to that. As soon as we got used to it, the organ broke down. So now we sounded empty again, having no bottom, just piano and guitar in the same register.
Wow.
And so I went down and rented a bass, I'm thinking temporarily, until the organ could be repaired. As it turned out, it couldn't be repaired, so I got stuck on the bass.
By accident. All right.
And then my mother decided she wanted to go just duo, just bass and piano with no drums. So that's why I started thumping the strings to make up for not having that bass drum.
Wow.
And plucking the strings to make up for not having that backbeat on the snare drum.
Well, brother, you have definitely created a phenomenon because, bass players that want to be bass players, I tried the bass for me. That's the first thing everybody tries to do, is thump the bass. His name is Larry Graham. He couldn't have come at a better time. We are in the beginning of Black Music Month. And
Okay. So, let's move along down. That will bring us down to this particular rabbit hole here. Now, the interesting thing about this is that I found this girl from this Instagram here. Now, it's pretty blurred out. But I pretty much can still find it, I believe. G. Ah, there it is. Damn it. Antanji. Here we go. Okay, so this girl was getting followed by Drake's dad when she was 17 years old at the time. Actually, 15, I believe. Actually, I think she was 15 at the time. But as you can see, you can easily see, very young girl, right? Now, there was one particular picture, which I hope it's still there. It should still be there. In which I was able to pretty much see that she was definitely at the Mark Hotel as well. Just trying to go back to the actual dates and things. Okay, so that's 142 weeks. Let me see. Real quick, let me see. 142 weeks ago. From today would be, okay, so we're right around the money. So we're right around 2022. We're getting, oh no, so it have to be 23, right? It have to be 23 or 22? It have to be 23. Yeah, it have to be 23. Okay. So we're a little bit farther up. Okay, so it's around, okay, so the picture has been moved of when she was sitting at the hotel in that little cut there. But this is little Ayana. Now, reason why I'm showing you guys Miss Ayana would be because of the Dabo video that surfaced out about Drake.
Wait, they said Drake dad follow you?
We do.
Be honest, what do you think about the Drake allegations?
Yes, speak on it.
Would you let
That's
Drake? Wait, they said Drake dad follow you?
who do.
Be honest. What do you think about the Drake allegations?
Yes, speak on it.
Would you let
That's
Drake? Would you let Drake like you?
That'll be something I can't confess. I mean, not confess, something I can't talk about because that'll be in the court.
The court.
I had the same exact face, Davo. I had the same exact face as you when I saw this video. I couldn't believe it.
Would you let Drake like you?
That'll be something I can't confess. I mean, not confess, something I can't talk about because that'll be in the court.
The court. Drake.
What?
You're a victim?
No. Of course not.
Of course not. Yeah, of course not. Oh, thank you, Fury B. I was trying to figure out the fucking picture. Now I see it. Now I see it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I see the damn picture of the Mark Hotel. This was the night she was at the Mark Hotel. So whether or not she wanted to confirm or deny it, you don't have to. The doors do. I tell you. Oh man. This was me. This was me the day I seen that video. This was me when I seen that goddamn video. What the fuck happened? What the fuck? Fucking Drake. Fucking Drake. Yep, the checkerboard floor. Right. Because like I said, I remember looking all this up and I was like, I remember there was a goddamn picture of her sitting in the Mark Hotel and I couldn't remember where it was. Good eye. Good eye, my brother. Good eye. But this would be young 17-year-old Aya in the Mark Hotel. And this is when I said, my hands are washed. My hands were washed with Drake. I was completely done. The Millie Bobby Brown allegations, the Hailey Biebers, Lotto's little sister, all of them. But there were more. There were more. I don't remember. I don't know if they still have that picture up. No, not this one. There was one on there. There it is. I remember seeing this on his Instagram one day, and I said, "Who the fuck is this?" This world is just sad, man. This fucking world, man. Like I said, I had washed my hands with the boy. I had washed my hands. All right, shall we get into the shell corporations? Well, before we do that, we can go down the list real quick. We can go down the list. We'll go down the list. Oh, didn't mean to pick that one. All right. Let's go with this. I mean, the obvious ones, of course. Remember the Ogden Theater?
From Denver, yeah. You look very nice tonight, by the way. I like curly hair, I like your hair. Stand right there. Just give me like 2 seconds, I'm gonna get ready for you, because I gotta be ready for you.
Now, this is after he already asked her what her age was. He pretended, that was another thing, too. That was a bullshit lie. He pretended to not know what that girl's age was before he asked her on stage.
I told you I like your hair, right? What is it? It's like herbal essences. Smells fresh.
And still proceeded to start G-macking. I'm done with this kid. Kylie Jenner's 16th birthday bash. 16th birthday bash. 2013, Kim Kardashian and Kanye West arranged for Drake to perform at Kylie Jenner's Sweet 16, a surprise she had no idea about. Drake was 27 at the time, while she was 16. But this didn't stop rumors and speculation that the pair were seeing each other behind the scenes, rumors of which were given slightly more credibility due to the fact that Kanye West recently talked about how Drake slept with Jenner behind his buddy Travis Scott's back.
The things that push your ego, or the way I felt.
Well, of course, they don't have the actual part, but
this orphan.
He did say that in the Drink Champ stuff, but We have to look at that whole thing. So not only that, but for a long time, Jenner and rapper Tyga started seeing each other before she legally became of age and officially announced their relationship. So Bella Harris, third one, Bella Harris and the Summer 16 tour with Future, 2016. In 2018, Vice published an article reporting that Drake was dating an 18-year-old model named Bella Harris, who was also the daughter of legendary music producer Jimmy Jam. Drake was 31 at the time. But if that doesn't raise enough eyebrows or red flags, finding out when the two met definitely will. Harris and Drake met during the rapper's Summer 16 tour when other rapper Future in 2016 to promote their collaborative album What a Time to Be Alive. At the time, Harris was 16. How ironic. And Drake was 29. Going down to 4, shall we? Georgia Smith and the Scorpion track Jaded 2017. Drake has never been the artist to come out and say exactly who his songs are about. In fact, his breakout song Best I Ever Had started with the lyrics that he didn't even write that reference exactly that and how women will often think his songs are about them. You know how we'll talk about that shit. But Joe would definitely go on to talk about this in a Joe Budden podcast clip.
Big up, man. Like
Mine's
when
you say that. Know that?
I knew that.
Oh, okay.
I definitely knew that.
Fourth member of the Locks. You know, it's like
Yeah, you're that friend for me.
me. Oh no,
That's the rumor. I went to the Met Gala.
You gotta say it with the accent.
Chill.
I wish they would just actually put the damn clip there, but
Just seen man last night. They froze. Wasn't no cameras. Wasn't no.
I wish they would actually just put the actual clip there. But anyway, you get the drift. However, many people speculate that the song Jaded off of his 2018 Scorpion album was about English singer Georgia Smith, who was 10 years younger than him when they were rumored to be dating in 2017. She was 19 and he was 30 when he was 30 when they were rumored to be dating, which, while still legal, matches Drake's strange track record of chasing after women who are much younger than him. And then, of course, down here would be Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish's 18th birthday in the Drake Texas. Of course, these were jokes. I believe they had actually been trolling him. So Billie Eilish, born in December 2001, made a post on Instagram on December 17, 2019, the day before her birthday, with the caption, 18 tomorrow. Then dog, laughed my ass off. Then it was Billie Eilish and Champagne Poppy, I've been waiting. I got goosebumps, crazy. But that was Drake's actual real thing, saying I've been waiting. Allegedly, some jokers thought it would be hilarious to edit a screenshot of the comments section to include a comment from Drake's Instagram comment, Champagne Poppy, that said, I've been waiting, with an emoji of streamers and another with a hot, sweaty face. While everyone says it's not real and the image is doctored, the joke came from an interview that Eilish did earlier that year with Vanity Fair, where she talked about the superstar rapper. And I think this one's a little bit shorter. Yeah, this one's a lot shorter.
Better. Like
Time capsule 1-1.
And with Canva, it's so easy. It allows me to.
Okay, so they got it inside the clip, but they got, of course, it's yellow taped off with ads. Doesn't matter. Drake is like the nicest dude I've ever spoken to, she said. When talking about the famous people who follow her on Instagram, I mean, I've only texted him, but he's so nice. Of course, everyone immediately jumped on this interview and called Drake, who was 33 at the time, creepy. Everybody's so insensitive. A grown man can't be a fan of an artist. Not necessarily, especially when we get down to the very last one here, which would be Millie Bobby Brown. Hawkins' very own Millie Bobby Brown and Drake talk about Boys 2017. The Six God himself met 11, played by Millie Bobby Brown from the hit TV show Stranger Things back in 2017 in a commemorated hit with a post on Instagram. The post was captioned, Hawkins' very own making a play on words with the name of his record label, October's Very very own, since his birthday is October. At the time, he was 31 and she was 13. So instead of automatically pinning Drake as a child predator, everyone just thought he was a fan of the show and wanted to take a picture with her. A year later, however, while Brown was being interviewed by Access at the 2018 Emmy Awards, she talked a little more about the friendship with Drake.
What about your relationship with Drake? Tell me about your friendship. How did this all come about?
I love him. I met him in Australia, and he's honestly so fantastic and a great friend and a great role model. You know, we just texted each other the other day, and he was like, "I miss you so much." I was like, "I miss you more." He's coming to Atlanta, so I'm definitely gonna go and see him. I'm so excited. Yeah.
You and Drake? That's awesome. That's awesome.
What advice does he give you? Like, what does he say?
About boys. He helps me.
What?
Yeah. He's great. He's wonderful. I love him.
What's his advice with boys?
You know, that stays in the text messages.
This is like princess vibes.
Thank you.
Right now.
Thank you so much.
How does it feel to be here for your show?
I'm so privileged and honored to be able to represent such a fantastic show, and win or lose, we're a family, and it's an honor to just be here and be surrounded by such amazing people.
What about this season? You're going to high school. Yes. Is that going to be so different?
Are we going to high school?
High school.
No, I'm not, because it's the summer. So no school.
Summer before.
Summer before.
Even cooler.
Maybe. I don't know, but it's a very, very exciting. I love the show. The scripts are so good, and it's awesome. Really good.
But when Finn came in for that kiss.
Okay, so you get the gist of that. You pretty much get the gist of that. Yeah, because Kendrick even used that as a punchline, I believe, right? He even used that one as a punchline right there. Oh, man. This is that year. This is that year. Yeah, she was literally a child. She was literally a child back then. It's just it's just sick what Drake is into, yo. That's my whole thing. It's just so fucking sick to what Drake is even into. All right, so let's back to our board, y'all. All right, where are we at? Oh, are we ready to tackle the we ready to tackle the sheds? Are we ready to tackle the sheds? We get all the blind items already? We got a majority of them, I guess. I know I have some in here too. Oh, I must have got rid of my other ones. Okay. I definitely got rid of my other ones then. All right, that's fine. Okay. This is another thing I had found. Okay. So, if you needed proof, who's it? What's going on backspace? What's going on? If you needed more proof that, Drake has a residency in Dubai, he was very happy to post it on Instagram. And you know what that means. I'll zoom it in for you. Consulate General of the United States Arab Emirates, Houston. Someone was definitely making another Dubai trip there, wasn't they? Now, I remember before he was also going to be performing supposedly in Dubai, but this is pretty much how Dutchavelli was, showing his slave masters that he was getting his ass ate by a dog for the money. This is the same thing pretty much, but in a more classier, subtle way for Drake, a more professional way that he's coming to Dubai to take care of business in a sense, Alexander Hughes. Yeah. We definitely went over that. We went over that. Those top left Drake records from the reggae artists was about Stefflon Don, and then we connected the dots on down to Dutch Belly and so on and so forth. We definitely went over that as well. Where we at here? Let's go back to the board. Let's go back onto the board. I think we are ready to tackle the shell companies. We might as well tackle these shell corporations. Okay, so. Oh, that was what I was forgetting to do. The connection between this kid. I forgot about that. That's how you spell that kid's name? Jaquavius Smith, right? Okay. So Jaquavius Smith and that phone number there. Okay, so what is that? 310 2. Let me wait a little bit. 310 254 3588. Okay. 310 254. What's the rest of it? 3588. Oh, look at that. Okay, so interesting enough, right? Oh, I didn't mean to move that. Okay, so interesting enough. Let me move this up here. So when you look up Jaquavius Smith and his phone number, which of course Jaquavius Smith is this kid. When you look up his phone number, yeah, the creative agency right here, a murder creative agency shows up. Okay. So, what's weird about omerta? So let's look up the actual definition real quick, because that means something. Omerta meaning. Omerta is a code of silence about criminal activity and a refusal to give evidence to authorities. So Drake has a company called the Omerta Creative Agency, which is one of his shell corporations. Now, what's odd about that shell corporation, as you just witnessed, was the number is registered to Glock 9. Why would you have the number registered to someone completely different? Let alone, why would you have it registered to someone that has nothing to do with you, supposedly? Unless this Glock 9 had something to do with this person. Or should I say, Triple Xtacion's murder. And then I'm thinking about this caption even further now in hindsight, looking back later on. Glock 9 on Triple Xtacion's murder, don't think about running up on me. Oh no, he's got quite a few. He's got quite a few naming them. But now I'm also thinking, okay, was this the actual shooter? Considering where this if I'm wondering, if I'm, putting two and two together, with the phone number being Glock 9's, and it's Omerta Creative Agencies, right? Which Omerta is about, keeping a code of silence and not having the evidence go to the authorities, right? And it's a shell corporation at that, right? Before I forget, operations. I thought I had that. Oh, here it is. I think this is it about his shell corporations. When CBS News actually caught on to it. I think this is the posting right here when this CBS News. Yeah, this should be it right here.
There's nothing more powerful.
This should be it right here.
Walk the way that you talk.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is it. Yep, this is it right here. Okay.
Drake's beef with Kendrick Lamar started ramping up. Some people started digging into the Toronto rapper's companies, and it turns out he's got a lot of them. Tweets that got hundreds of thousands of views pointed out Drake owns at least 20 companies. But what does that mean, and does it actually point to anything unusual? I looked closer into this and got access to some of the records that this all stems from. The US documents show he actually has or had at least 52 incorporated entities, listing Aubrey D. Graham, his legal name, in senior positions like director, manager, and CEO.
In the US, the second that you say, oh, let's start this business, the first thing you would do is create an LLC. It protects you from liability.
Let's break this down.
Hey, I'm Rue. I'm an addict.
There are 9 companies using the name Dream Crew, Drake's well-known media company making HBO's Euphoria, and 18 that feature his initials. Another 4 shows, Away From Home, a reference to a song, and 2 that reference owls, Drake's trademark symbol for his company October's Very Own, known as OVO, Owl Creative Holdings, and a company with the name Strix, which in mythology is an owl that eats humans. One is even called Silence Policy.
So you want to keep every single one.
Did you hear that about the owl?
Called Silence Policy.
So you want to keep every...
Known as OVO, Owl Creative Holdings, and a company with the name Strix, which in mythology is an owl that eats humans.
An owl that eats humans. So hold on real quick. Okay. Have to do some digging on that one there. Oh, where'd my page go? Oh.
One is even called Silence Policy.
So you want to keep every single one of those businesses, in effect, well, segregated in the sense that any risks related to that project and getting sued or having going broke or anything to do with that particular project are isolated to that particular project and the assets of that particular entity, and it doesn't sort of bring the rest of your entire business empire down.
Now, estimates put Drake's net worth at around $250 million. Let's talk about protecting that wealth.
It's very common for people of very high net wealth to have an inordinate amount of LLCs at times. Donald Trump has quite a few of them. That is a form of asset protection. When you have that kind of net worth, you kind of have a bullseye or a target on you for what can be frivolous lawsuits at times, right?
Step that way, then step this way, step that way.
Another thing, after Kendrick used Drake's Toronto home for the cover of his diss track, Not Like Us, Drake's properties came into the spotlight.
Wrist playing, got a condo up on Biscayne.
In his 2011 track, The Motto, Drake raps that he got a condo up on Biscayne in Miami. And the Miami property cost him $1.9 million US in 2011 before flipping it as one unit for $2.4 million to an NBA player in 2012. The records show Drake bought that condo from controversial property developer Levayev Boymel Green Marquee Developers LLC, one of the namesake partnerships between businessman Lev Levayev and Shea of Boymel Green. So we don't know how much Drake really knew about the developers. But in the 2000s, both Levayev and Boymel Green were accused of helping to build Israeli settlements in the West Bank, which are considered illegal under international law. Drake's team declined to comment on the record, while Boymel Green and Levayev didn't return our request for comments.
Type of money, everybody acting like they know you.
Ultimately, using limited liability companies and investing in real estate, something experts say is typical of someone like Drake.
It's honestly advisable in many instances. When you have that kind of net worth, it's a good way of protecting yourself from potential creditors trying to reach your assets through no fault.
It's a potential way. Yeah, I heard him. It's a potential way to, to hide things good, as they say. He's been hiding a lot, hasn't he? Oh, vampire owl. It's a mythical and feeds on blood. Okay. And that's what he does. He's the essence of artists. They never have a career. So that's interesting that's what that owl actually symbolizes. That's crazy. Who would have thought that? A vampire owl. Now that all makes sense considering why Drake is really that popular, right? With that logo, huh? If I'm thinking about vampire owl, and if you think about Pizzagate, right? If we're thinking about Pizzagate, and they said how this was these vampiric reptilian humanoids, right? But not in the sense of actual vampires like drinking blood. It was more so drinking the adrenochrome, right? Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Great catch there, Fury B. Great catch there, brother. Leg of Pill, what's going on? Draco the Vampire. Where we at? All right. So I think we read all the blind items around. I wonder if that is actually up now. Because when I last Googled this address, it was actually at the Playboy headquarters. Yeah, this is at the Playboy headquarters right here. So 10960 Wilshire Boulevard. Let me see what that still is. 10960. Yeah, Wilshire Boulevard. Yep, that's still there. Yeah, Playboy's still there. Yep, there it is. That would be this address. So, isn't that something? Now, supposedly it's a terminated status here that it reads, but who says it's actually terminated? But why do you have a silence policy inside the Playboy Mansion? Inside the same building that has Playboy? Isn't that interesting? A bunch of shell companies are in that building right there. Well, considering Playboy is there, I really wonder what's being hidden up there now. I truly wonder that now. Let's see here. Now, don't ask me about my precise location right now. You don't need to know that. Okay, I'm going to do some digging on that a little bit later on. Chill, I know this is a random, but we should talk about the Mendez brothers and their dad's connection. So, yes, don't they have a show? Don't they have an actual show? I've been hearing about an actual TV show. You think it's just a mailing address? I think it's similar to how That Glock 9 kid had the same number as the murder creative agency. So, and that's another thing that that they was exposing, right? Like when you call these numbers or even check up on these things, it's in such a weird situation where it's like you don't even know if it actually exists. So, like I said, perfect example, the kid's number was disguised as one of the companies there. That's crazy how that is actually, like I said, at Playboy though. It's like Ryan Murphy, but yeah. Okay. What else is up in these shell corporations? There's a lot of them though. There's a good amount of them. Crazy how he even has the ring planned out. Okay, so we got Entrada Travel Services. We got Nocta Freehold. We have it's got to add a page right here. Okay, so this is fresh from the computer too. So Silence Policy, and then you have Creative Murder. Okay, so I wonder something now. 'Cause I never did think about that. So Silence. Okay. Oh. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can find. This is going to be held doing the shell companies for Diddy G. Well, the crazy thing is his is a little bit more out in the open. His shell companies are a lot more out in the open. That's the beauty of that one. These are a lot more hidden behind some very, I'm not going to say intricate walls, but you just got to do your Googles on this one. So I'm just trying to see what connection would be between Omerta and Silence Policy, really. So let me bring this up here so we can look together. So you guys are just looking at that wheel. Kind of want you guys just looking at a blank wheel right now. Come on, there we go. Okay. And what was the company right there? So we got Omerta and Silence. Okay. Okay. Why can't I spell right now? Oh. All right, so Drake's Silence Policy, Shell Corporation raises questions. Okay. Drake is a shell corporation called Silence Policy. So that's just about it. It just has those aftermath type of things. It doesn't have when he actually made it. So I keep running into a roadblock with that particular part there is where I'm trying to see when was it actually made. Okay. And even in this particular one, it seems like everybody was asking the same thing. What are you doing with this address here, sir? What are you doing there? Okay. Okay. So we have some to go off here. We definitely have a lot to go off of here. But needless to say, we have gone over a majority of the board. Now, we're still not done. We are still not done. All right, we're still not done here. Ooh. All right, let's get up on out this one. So, all right, like I said, we went over the board. We went down all the blind. We went down majority of the blind items that was on that board there. As I said before, it was kind of, I knew it was going to be a little bit of a lot, but it was fun. It was definitely fun. And like I said, that wasn't even, like I said, a good, it was a couple of things that we could have went over, like the 2016. Okay, so perfect example, right? 2016 Toronto homicides. So the homicide rate jumped to 75 homicides in 2016 and spiked in 2018 with 98 homicides in 2018, which is partially due to the Toronto van attack, which resulted in the murder of 10 people in April of 2023. Okay, so number and rate homicide victims. Let me see. Homicide rate Toronto. Yeah, there's countless articles in here too where they'll talk around it, but the caption will tell you pretty much like, yeah, the homicide rate went up drastically in 2016. Is what I'm getting at here. 2016 homicide rate in Toronto went absolutely nuts. Okay. Let's go off of the board now. I did have a couple other things here too that I want to look at. All right. Let me look in my folder here. Okay, so did y'all want to? Okay, matter of fact, we'll do this. We'll do this right here.
Other shit, you on the roof, you got the fucking balcony, the whole 9 yards, shit like that. Keith Sweat baby mama, who said that she was going to sue me, so I guess it was her, because I never said no name or which one of Keith Sweat baby mama. I was only going by what Puff told me. Puff come out the room where Kim was, open up his robe, girl start boofing him. I walked away to go to my room. Ding dong, ding dong. Few minutes later, the bell is ringing. I come out of the room, go to open the door. It's Usher. I know who he is now. He's a grown ass man. It's Usher. When Usher comes out, he comes in, Puff has already went back into the room. The girl is laying on the chase. Usher wakes her up. He starts kissing her in the mouth. Like, ew, that's my whole thing is like, get the fuck up out of here. They go and walk out. I locks the fucking door. I tell somebody the story, and they was like, yo, I can't believe he's still fucking with Puff like that after what Puff did to him as a kid. Yeah, you remember that? Puff sent him to the hospital, his car's down. Oh, shit. Usher's a grown-ass man. Now, let's get to the nitty-gritty, because these motherfuckers got selective outrage against Big Gene. Now, Usher had a mama. He had a daddy, may not have been involved in life. He may have uncles, aunts, or whatever like that. when they heard about that shit, and they heard it way before Big Gene heard about it. They knew about it way before Big Gene knew about it because she went and got her motherfucking son from him. They should have did something about it. You motherfuckers want to have selective outrage. Well, you should have did that. You shouldn't have worked on. I shouldn't have did a motherfucking thing because he was a grown man when I found out about it, and he was still fucking with him hard body. He was fucking with him enough that he sent Justin Bieber over there.
Gang, hit that like button, gang. Hit the like button. If you're in the crowd, hit the like button. The likes and massive views. Shout out to the gang.
Usher, for whatever reason, he was the one that continued to be around Puff. Whatever the situation was. I was only going by what I was told. I ain't the only one heard it. Listen to me. It got all the way to the West motherfucking coast when Suge Knight could repeat that shit. It got all the way, it was in the music industry. So if it was in the music industry, let me ask you something. Look at all the niggas that was still fucking with Puff that probably heard the same thing that I heard, that did music with him, that went to his fucking parties, that was chilling, eating with him, breaking bread, the whole 9 motherfucking yards. Now, you motherfuckers with this selective outrage on Big Gene. Why is it that if I repeat something that I heard and there's an investigation, because there had to be somebody else that heard it. The federal government had to hear it too, y'all. Because in 2011, the federal government, because y'all niggas don't listen, went to a hearing, got to this motherfucking gangster lawyers and said, if he tells us about Sean Puffy Combs having sex with underage boys, we'll give him a proffer agreement.
They tried to get Jimmy
The
Henchman
federal
to
government
snitch.
did that in 2011.
They tried to get Jimmy Henchman to snitch and talk about him having involvement with the underage boys already. Back then, they told him to snitch.
But y'all want to blame Big Gene because he said he heard something. If I go to the precinct and say, well, I heard that he bust Usher ass, who told you that? I say, yo, told me he used to do this when he like that. They go to him and they say, oh, I never told Gene nothing like that. And then look at Gene like this. Y'all already say I can't hold water. The fuck up out of here. How you gonna make me responsible when you don't even make a nigga mama responsible if she got the information? But you gotta understand the federal government had to have the information, because why would they have that conversation with this dude's lawyer and him? I ain't finished with you motherfuckers yet. Paperwork. Can I get a break? Can I take a coffee break, brother? I had to go.
Ain't that some shit? That was some nasty ass shit though. So a chick, if you didn't bet, a chick was pretty much giving Puff fellatio, or pretty much sucking Puff off. Usher lays down with her, gets up and then kisses her, like she ain't just suck Puffy meat rat. Mouth probably still wet from doing it. And her nasty ass just gonna get up and do that. Unbelievable. That is just pure unbelievable is what you call that there. That's just unfucking believable right there. Keith Sweat, baby mama. I hope it wasn't Lisa Wu. Keith do got a bunch of damn kids. Keith do got a bunch of goddamn kids. All right, where we going from here? Let's see. Oh, okay. While we still on the subject, or we still on Puff? While we still on the subject, Lord Jamar dropped the joint with earlier.
Yeah, you got to trademark that. But do you believe hip hop got a gay mafia?
Yes. Do I believe there's people behind the scenes that are homosexuals that are pushing buttons? Yes. And that they want you to be down with their in order to push the button for you? Absolutely. And this is part of it. You just saw one of the gay mafia members. That's who he is. That's who Puffy is. He's one of the members of the mob. He's a mafia member. But he might not be Don Carl. He's not the Godfather. You see? He's not the Godfather. He's one of the heads of the families. You see? We had different families in this fucking thing. We got Bad Boy. We got fucking what do we have? Death Row over here. We have the different We got fucking Arista Records and LaFace.
That's a very good point right there. So think about this, right? Diddy consists of just hip hop as far as the families is concerned. He's very right with that, right? If we're talking about in mob senses, if you watched or pay attention to the Godfather series, right? Very, very similar in that regards. So removing him is kind of just not necessarily removing hip hop, but it's just completely removing even the value of right now of what Diddy even represents, because we brought him up. That was another thing too. I do remember when Gene Deal said that we need to actually take accountability in the fact that we are the ones that actually built this fucking sick fucker up. That's the crazy part about that. We built this guy up to be what he is, the monster that he is. And we didn't pay attention to that shit all these years. But the mob is pretty much cleaning house at the same time. That's why I even said that, right? He's not the Godfather. He's not the main big fish that they actually want. He's just the guy that they're using to get the guy that they want.
These are the fucking families in the mafia. You dig? Those record companies are like families.
So him being
Kayla,
a part
what's
of the gay
going
mafia,
on?
right? Where do you think it went wrong?
Well, some say that he got a little too big for his britches, and when he ended up suing that liquor company De Leon, that's when it all started going downhill from him. That's when, the real rich motherfuckers started showing you who they really are. Showing you that you can do all the shit you was doing, but you really not down with them. You could tell black people that you're a billionaire, but you don't have money like how we got money. We're real multi-billionaires. You know what I mean? And if you think you could with us and try to go against us and not just take whatever the we've been giving you all this time, because that Ciroc wasn't his. He was the face of it. They had a branding problem, and he came in and helped their diversity problem, And we f***ed with it because we thought that he owned it. We thought he owned it. So that's why we f***ed with it. And then when he really wanted to have his own tequila for real, yeah, he saw that they was on some bullshit. They wasn't really taking him seriously. He sent people down there to check on the shit. apparently they didn't plant any agave for this guy. But all their other companies, you know, that had white people in them, they had their agave planted. They had their ready to go. But you didn't plant the black guy who's done all this work for you and all this type of shit. You know what I mean? And so he was pissed by that, and rightly so. But they was probably like, man, you just fucking take what we give you, Nick boy, and shut the fuck up. Be happy that we even let you in the fucking game. Be happy that you're even going to have your name, that you're actually going to own this one. Or your name's going to really be on it. And when he got too big and felt like he was going to sue them, they said, let's show this motherfucker who we really are. Send the ATF to his crib. Let's start there. Let's start there. Let's show this motherfucker how much power I got. Send the ATF to his crib. And we'll work on some shit to follow that up. You want to fuck with me? Okay. Let's go. Let's do this. That's what I think happened. That's what I think happened. And then they said, and then he might have said, because he might have threatened them. Like, because when he said, oh yeah? Well, I got pictures of you. I got tapes of you at the parties too. Oh, really? That's probably when the ATF really got sent. Send the ATF to his crib. Get me all them tapes, man. Give me all them tapes, man. Matter of fact, this nigga going down now. Because I don't like how this nigga talking. He's going down. We're gonna really show him who's boss. And I'm telling you, that's what I think happened.
I mean, we already knew about the Diego thing. We already knew it was because, you know, him being just the face of Ciroc pretty much meant nothing. But when you go against the grain, it's not just about the fact that he went against the grain as much as they pretty much want to move Diddy out the way to get Jay. This is what this is this is what I think it's about. They really want to get Diddy out the way so they can get to Jay. Because Jay, supposedly, from what everybody is saying, has the bigger skeletons in the closet. So when they remove both of them out the way at the same time, now they don't have any big wigs that can pretty much help. You know, if they were, in a sense, they don't have any big wigs that could be, you know, seen as higher ups in the black community either. So regardless of the matter, I think it's this, you know, I think it's fucked up, but we have to have that uncomfortable conversation at the fact that hip hop was based upon pedophilia, even down to the days of Africa Bambaataa. You know what I mean? Africa Bambaataa was a pedophile. If we're really gonna be, you know, Sugar Hill Gang, just think of the name itself. Like it's that crazy. Hip hop was based upon fucking sex and pedophilia. It's an uncomfortable conversation, but even when we talk about, you know, our best two rappers supposedly were bisexual, Biggie and Tupac, people would go on to say that. I can't necessarily confirm Pac. I definitely can't confirm Pac, but you definitely, yes, the entertainment industry, but you definitely can say something was possibly up with Big. You could definitely say that. I won't repeat the line, but suck on your daddy's, you know what I'm saying? It was definitely some questionable things. And then there was also the questionable rumor of how he even got his record deal to begin with. It's just certain things. It was just certain things, you know what I'm saying? Them having to get Diddy out the way means they can get Jay out the way easily. People have been saying Pac was gay for years. That's what I'm saying. It's like, there's evidence out there for both of them. But the fact of the matter is that hip hop has just been, you know, it's always had these DL undertones that nobody's paid attention to until now. It's crazy how we just never paid attention to any of this. We never paid attention to any of this stuff going on. Now, while we're on the subject, we might as well look at these whatchamacallit, this interview here of Chris Todd doing the he did an interview with Art Dialogue actually, in which he talked about the book. So let's look at that real quick. Where is it? Where you at, Todd? Where the heck are you? Where are you? Oh, matter of fact, that reminds me. Before we do that, I want to read this court document here, since we're on the subject of things. I want to read this little court doc here that I have. So, do y'all remember the mafia guy? Remember the cartel, pretty much, that sued Diddy for the I'm not even gonna say the amount, the devilish amount. Yeah, hip hop was just a facade. Hip hop is just a facade. Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. I don't necessarily vouch necessarily for Pac as much as there's a lot of speculation and rumors about Big. Especially when you think about the tranny that was in I think it was Big Papa video. The tranny that was in that video and the LL Cool J video. It's like it's certain shit you start thinking about. But anyway, so got this case here, right? Got this case here. So this is the cartel that was suing him, right? That was pretty much pissed off at him and everybody just threw out the case. So this is Alfredo P. Gonzalez, Bad Boy Entertainment CEO, Sean P. Diddy Combs. So Lou Taylor Swain, Chief United States District Judge. We can just skip on down to the main parts of what we need to look at right here. So let me see the connections to the Salon, the Sinaloa Drug Cartel, plaintiff proceeded. Okay, here we go. So plaintiff alleges the following due to what appear to be his connections with the Sinaloa Drug Cartel. On or about May 5th, 2021, plaintiff received a telephone call from an unidentified business partner of Combs. The business partner told plaintiff that Combs was wanting to set up some business deals with the Sinaloa cartel. Plaintiff responded by saying that he was always willing to set up business deals with the rich for drugs. Combs' business partner stated that Combs was looking to make a deal to get some young girls and boys for a party in New York. While plaintiff wanted to speak to Combs himself, he told the business partner that such an arrangement could not happen because the cartel did not sex traffic underage kids. The business partner told plaintiff that he had nothing to worry about. Combs had everything on lock. Street slang for no one can fuck with us. This nasty fucker again. Plaintiff told the business partner that there was no money in sex trafficking business. The business partner then told plaintiff that he was making a big mistake for not taking the offer from Combs, and the call ended without any aggression, or excuse me, without any agreement. Right, it's been so many of these fucking lawsuits, you just lose count. We have to put it like this, right? After 120 victims. Then another 50. So he had $170 last week, right? He's at $170 last week. That's not even counting the shorty that came out that wasn't even going to say nothing to it. The one with the red head. We looked at her Instagram and she was talking about it. T. Turner, what's going on? What's going on? Then we had Kendrick Lamar slandering not happening at home. People was talking shit at the time, especially around the bathtub pick. Yeah. Most definitely. Yeah, that Pac pick is wild. It's just so many of that. It's so many different instances where you just have, like I said, those questions in your head about it too. But yeah, the cartel, like everybody just dismissed the cartel lawsuit because you know how crazy it actually sounded. Like you mad because he fucked up your business? No, he was mad because the nigga started asking me to start helping him traffic underage women and children. That's a no-no right there. It's a huge no-no right there. Huge no-no right there. So the same identified business partner of Combs later communicated again with plaintiff, asking once again if plaintiff could help get some underage boys and girls over the U.S. border, and that plaintiff could come to the party. Wow. So here we go. If we're talking about sex trafficking, right? The cartel, the business partner literally just said, yo, there's no money in the sex trafficking business. Diddy is literally in jail for sex fucking trafficking. If they got, put it like this, the feds already know about this particular case. This gets presented in court. Diddy is fucking fried, okay? He is fucking fried. It literally says plain as fucking day. There's no money in the sex trafficking business. The business partner themselves even tried to stop him. Even the second time when he tried to present this same fucking offer, he just was adamant about trying to get these underage boys and girls over the fucking border. Diddy, what is wrong with you? Plaintiff could come to the party and watch the shows they put on. Plaintiff refused. He told the business partner that he wanted no part in their sex trafficking. In their sex offender shit, not to contact him, and that the Sonola was no part in their sex offender shit. Plaintiff also insulted Bad Boy, the business partner, the then plaintiff, that he can make plaintiff life's hell. Diddy's life's hell. Okay, Diddy's life hell because of how much power he has in the streets. Plaintiff, plaintiff told him, do what you do. Due to Combs' Bad Boy defamation, the plaintiff has lost all his business contacts in the state of New York. Plaintiff was informed by his own business partner that he cannot do business with plaintiff until plaintiff helps Bad Boy out. This has cost the plaintiff money, and of course it has that ridiculous amount that it actually owed. So yeah. Needless to say, someone was definitely trying to get some sex trafficking going on, and he's like, no, man, you got to chill out, man. I got this. Nah, the dude's like, nah, I ain't fucking with you. Rightfully so. He said, I ain't fucking with you, man. I just can't do it. Just can't do it. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Oh my gosh, man, it's unsettling. It's just sick and sadistic and unfucking settling sometimes. We just gotta keep on reading the same old bullshit that these guys keep putting on. It just don't make no sense. It's draining. It's draining. It's draining of the energy completely. It's just I wish better for us, yo. I wish better for us. I just wish better for us, yo. Just reading that, I'm just saying to myself, my God, like twice. He asked for them twice. Just think about that. He asked for them fucking twice. Like no one the first time. No one okay for this nigga the first time. You had to ask a second goddamn time. In which the business partner said, no, nigga, no. Crazy. Scorpios is taking L's this year. Yes, they are in this particular case. In this particular case here, yeah, Diddy and Drake, both Scorpions. Yep, in this particular case, they are. No. Okay, so we might as well get into Chris Todd. We might as well play Chris Todd real quick. Kayla is only for the dark sided Scorpio. Imagine the movie industry skeletons. Oh my goodness gracious, the movie industry skeletons. Remember the I forgot the name of that director. The director of Space Jam. Matter of fact, yeah. Let me pull that up real quick. I think I did go over that with you guys too. The director of Space Jam when he got caught. Let me see if I still got that one in there.
Italian Bradley Martin just.
Oh yeah, this one. It was quick though. It was a quick. I want to try to find the full video right here, but let me see. Vitaly and Bradley Martin, daughter. This the whole video? I ain't the whole damn video. Oh.
Italian Bradley Martin just caught 1996.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'll just play mine. I'll just play my clip. God damn it. Fuck that. I'll just play mine.
Caught 1996 Space Jam producer and writer Herschel. Italian Bradley Martin just caught 1996 Space Jam producer and writer Herschel Weinrod trying to meet up with a 15-year-old girl on live stream. Watch this.
Why are you suing my daughter? What's your name? What is your name?
Boris. My name is Boris.
Boris. What's your name? Shake my hand.
What's the problem?
Why are you suing my daughter? You know how old she is?
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
No.
The f you thought was gonna happen here?
Nothing. We're gonna have a pizza. I don't know.
Pizza? Yeah, you don't know? How old is she?
Brad.
You know how old she is?
I messed with her. She was 23.
23.
Dog. Understand this, right? If them cameras wasn't on, the moment he said pizza, he would have caught 5 knuckles to the goddamn nose. Pizza? Considering the times, you had the nerve to even say you was getting just some pizza. Pizza. The moment he would have said, matter the age, it's the trigger. I am triggered by you being this age, talking to my underage daughter, and you have the nerve to say the word pizza right now. Kudos and God bless to that brother for holding his motherfucking composure.
Hey, is that what the conversation looked like?
You remember the text messages? She was 23 on a
23.
dating site.
On a dating site?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, she was 23 on
How
a
old is
dating
she?
site. I have no idea.
Lila, how old are you?
15. I'm sorry.
She's 15. 15. 15, Mr. Martin. 15, Mr. Bradley Martin. 15. I feel like Dabo now when I'm talking to Miss Aya. Talking about something, I'm just getting a slice of pizza with her. Rightfully so, intimidate him. Because you see the size of his arm? The size of his arm is damn near the size of his chest. He could cave that bitch in the moment he want to.
She was 23 on a dating site. All we've done is
So she didn't tell you how old she was?
She did.
She did?
Yeah.
How old is she?
She said she was 15.
How did she tell you how old she actually is?
She said she's 15.
She said she's 15. Why are you here? Why are you sitting?
The men no good. Future a womanizer with a bunch of kids. Typical Scorpio male behavior. To catch a predator. To catch a goddamn predator. To catch a damn predator, y'all. Where was I going with that? Okay, so oh yeah, because that's right. Somebody mentioned the film industry. So where was we at? We might as well get into Chris Todd. We're approaching 5 hours. All right, we doing good, y'all. We doing good. I didn't think I was gonna get to everything, but I did. Where's my other folder? Oh, all right. Let's dissect this now, shall we?
Chris Todd, welcome to the Art of Dialogue. One of the most controversial men in the world right now. Released the book, Kim Porter, the alleged memoir. Welcome to the Art of Dialogue. And if you have anything to say,
Honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I watched the show, big fan, and I think it's an important time what's happening now. And I'll just show the book real quick, just so everyone knows this is my final proof copy that I've signed and going to give to you guys as kind of a piece of memorabilia. This is my final one before it was printed, so I'd like you guys to have that.
Let's get right into it. Why did you choose the pseudonym Jamal T. Millwood for the alleged memoir instead of using your real name, Chris Todd? Was it to lend credibility to the book and having an African-American name, predominantly African-American name, associated with the book?
There's a couple different reasons. I've addressed this on some of my other interviews, but I'll address it to you today in my own unique way. I was asked to use that name, and I had to kind of hem and haw whether I was going to use my name, Chris Todd, as the author, or Jamal T. Millwood. I put the T there for Tupac. Everyone knows Jamal Millwood is kind of that conspiracy name or a name that Tupac had used, kind of in that Machiavelli kind of world of, is he back from the dead? So I didn't know too much about the name, but with the sources and some other people, there's more than one person involved with me right now that I have to explain, and we'll get into that. But
so that was very telling right there, right? Because I was listening to this interview and I was like, I didn't even know that. I didn't know that Jamal T. Millwood was actually Tupac's old Machiavelli nickname back in the day. Because I actually would look that up when you Google Jamal and Puffy, the Shine shooting comes up. And now let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can still find it real quick. The article that I pulled up with Jamal T. Millwood. Let me see, Jamal T. Millwood, Tupac. Let me see if I can find that real quick. It was an old ass article. Yeah, and it even brought up Matulu. Let me see if I can find that article again. You know what? I can just do this. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Now, I'm not going to read this whole entire thing because we'll be here for quite some time. But bring this up on the bigger. On the bigger. Bring this up on the bigger. So this was something about pretty much the breakdown of how he was Jamal T. Millwood. So this is nothing more than rumor mongering, said Bloomberg. Tupac was a hard-working, busy musician, and the continued release of new material should in no way indicate that Tupac is actually alive and living in South America under the assumed name Jamal Millwood. From July 1998, is that him? Let me see. Bloomberg, Jamal Millwood. Oh, he did talk about, okay. Well, you know. Okay, so there was some truth to that.
And also, at the time when the book was going to be published, Sean Combs was still out of jail. There was no arrest. People have been confusing about thinking I knew something. I didn't. I took a leap of faith, as I said, spiritually, and I just did it, okay? I could have removed his name. I could have put my name there. I have carte blanche permission right now to do whatever I want with this book. That's why I X'd out some stuff in there, and I had to do a couple other disclaimers.
So do you don't think that it's a problem? Because Jamal T. Millwood is not really affiliated or associated with Tupac in any kind of way as Tupac the artist. Let's be clear about that.
Sure.
And so when you use that name, what it appears to show is that there's an African American person behind this book
Mhm.
that is affiliated or associated with Kim Porter, or at one time was affiliated or associated with her, you don't think that that's misleading?
There are African Americans behind this book.
I was just gonna say he has been saying over and over that there's more people actually working with him. So it's not necessarily right to just attack him per se, as like it's just him doing the book. And he's saying that he's working with other sources that have pretty much given him the information, and that it was from Kim's actual words. He didn't actually write the book. He just pretty much is the face of the book right now. The crazy thing is, if you flip this on the other side with Diddy, this is pretty much what's going on with him. How he was just the face of Ciroc. Pretty much it's a joke on Diddy to pretty much where is an author doing a tell-all book about him and his life, and where there's an author that's just the face of it, in the reverse of a white guy. That's crazy. So you can think about this in the sense that this is Tupac trying to get some type of joke back on Diddy. You can look at it that way, especially if you're looking at it with that type of eyes as well. Looking at it with third eye, and the fact that on the flip side, it's someone getting the joke on someone being the face of something that's telling about you. Kind of crazy, ain't it?
So in a way,
Specifically the name Jamal T. Millwood.
well, not a person named Jamal Millwood.
Okay.
I'm saying Jamal Millwood, as I was taught about it, and I looked into it too. It's not everywhere. If you Google it, you'll see a couple things. I put the T there in case there was a real person named Jamal Millwood. We wouldn't have a hard match to the name. So to me, I felt as if it was kind of a team effort. And look, let's be honest, as to my skin color and stuff, to me, I don't see myself as that, like in a traditional way. This is a team effort. It's collaborative. I was asked to honor Tupac because this was sort of a way of him back from the grave. Same with Kim. To tell Sean, you tried to shoot me, you shot me at the Quad Studios, and I'm back. And so I did it. Like I said, if we flipped a coin, right? Could the book have been said by Chris Todd? Maybe. I go by what God asked me to do. I prayed on it. That's what I did.
Okay. But like I said, when you look at it optically, for the African American viewers that watch the Art of Dialogue, we kind of look at that as clout chasing.
I understand.
And misusing the name Jamal from that perspective. When I looked at the cover, I was like, the first thing I did was looked up Jamal
Medusa,
Millwood,
what's going
'cause I wanted
on?
to see what other works he had put out.
Sure.
And
My second moderator, what's going on, Miss Medusa?
when I didn't find that, I was like, well, something else. And then I came across a few other articles in which then you popped in. And I was like, wow, well, why would he use Jamal T. Millwood? And then it came to the pseudonym. I was like, oh. So more importantly, like I said, do you find that to be a red flag in how people doubt what's actually in this
I
book?
don't know, because the way I look at it is on my, if you know about my other cases and how I do this, I am cryptic sometimes. I am going to play on words. Sometimes when you're trying to change a paradigm about something, you can't just tell them straight out. So what I'm getting at is, to me, if you guys say the Black community, African American community, I was asked to do that. It was sort of a condition. This was a cat and mouse game for about 8 months. I had him, I lost him, I had him, I lost him, and there's multiple people. I don't mean one person. And like I said, whatever, I could change my name tomorrow. It's fluid. If I wanted to go back into the account, I could put it to Chris Todd. For right now, I'm going to let it ride.
And I totally understand that, but you can understand when you put.
I do understand.
You do understand, and so from that, in dealing with something that is alleged to deal with Kim Porter,
Sure.
it's
sensitive.
It's absolutely.
But I'd ask you, like, what if a Black guy wrote a book and he said his name was John? Should white people come out and go, wait, whoa, that guy's name is John? Ugh, doesn't sound like a Black guy's name.
Well, we have John Sally.
I understand.
We have John.
But do you understand?
We have John Amos, but I'm saying.
Well, Todd. Todd's a white name, but I know Black guys are named Todd too. Todd Bridges.
Jamal, Mashburn, Jamal.
Sure.
We can go. I don't know no white man named Jamal. I've never met a white guy.
That's a fair point.
Never. I never met a Latino brother. I've never. It's simply this. It's just not that. And so that's the problem that I think most people had in relation to that.
And maybe I should have thought of it a little more. And I respect that totally. If you really look at my thing, sometimes I just do it. Like, it's really hard to explain. I don't always think it all the way through. So
LaWanda Lane, a close friend of Kim Porter, has publicly called the alleged memoir full of lies. How do you respond to these allegations?
I don't believe LaWanda has the flash drive, does she?
I wouldn't think so. According to you, you have the flash drive. On that note, nobody has seen the flash drive.
Well, that's not.
Bro, what's going on? So as far as I'll Be Sure goes, it looks like he's under some type of hypnotic radioactive frequency, honestly. You need to do a deep dive in that because that shit is real. So you think Al B. Sure is under MK Ultra right now? You think he's under MK Ultra? With Kimura was behind the book too. That's what my thing is, Sadate. I keep saying that to people. What Kimura was supposedly one of the main people that said in the beginning that Kim Porter was writing a tell-all book, and that is why Diddy offed her. She was one of the first people to come out and say that shit. What was the point of this name argument? That was the okay.
True.
I mean, publicly, where they can verify.
Publicly, there's multiple people who've seen the flash drive.
Flash drive.
Mm-hmm.
Do you plan on at any time introducing the flash drive to any network or anybody that wants to see it to view the metadata involved in that flash drive as to time, dates, and stamps?
Yeah.
And when would you be doing that?
Well, there's tapes on the flash drive.
No, I'm specifically talking about.
I'm saying all of it.
Yeah.
Just think of it like a totality.
Well, not even the totality.
I haven't shown anything from it yet.
Okay, so not even the totality of it, but simply the metadata.
Yeah,
as to time when alleged that this was purportedly written by Kim, dates, times, because I understand the book really doesn't have a structural date time. It's basically
she left a lot of the dates out, so it's hard to know what award ceremony they're at. I had to research a lot of stuff too.
Okay.
Some of the things I couldn't peg down the date at all.
Okay.
Because she's not putting in the exact 1996, like she's not saying that.
Okay.
And it jumps. A lot of it jumps around.
Okay.
I do believe Kim was writing it over a multi-year period.
Okay.
So she's putting some stuff here, then she's combining these things later. Or, remember, all writers do this too. You think back to the event and you play it out in your head. So as I've said, yeah, when the time's right, I will start showing. Right now, there's some other people that actually have access to the flash drive and they're threatening to leak the sex tapes. Okay. That's right now I'm trying to deal with them. So I'm not going to try to beat them to the punch and say, well, I'm going to release this famous person on tape. Not yet. I'm whistleblowing. Okay. And we'll get into that, what that means, but it doesn't mean a whistleblower can't make money either. So I don't want to hear anybody come at me from Hollywood. Hollywood makes billions of dollars trolling the murder and the deaths, the unaliving of people. So I don't want to hear anybody say anything to me from there.
LaWanda Lane claims that she spoke to Kim just 12 hours before her death and was by her side. Why would she dispute the contents of the alleged memoir?
I cannot fully answer what if, I don't know if she's hiding something. What if she does know? And for safety reasons, remember, Kim passed away years ago. So we're looking back 6 years ago. It's easy to start saying, hindsight's 2020. Oh, why didn't she do this and that? But let's talk about in the moment. What if Kim Porter didn't give it to her?
Well, that's the thing. So, yes, Al B. Sure was, he did have a stroke and he was in a coma. So the thing is, he could have possibly been under mind control while even in the coma. Furthermore, he could be still under the shit. MK Ultra is not something that just goes away. He could be still under the MK Ultra, and that's pretty much that malfunction is what caused him to even go into that coma. That's pretty much I think what you was getting at, right? The fact that Albie Shore is him being in the coma allowed them to be able to do certain experiments on him to even cause the MK Ultra problems that's going on right now. No, the stability issues, pretty much. That's really what that one would come down to.
I don't want to comment too much about like the people's names. I don't want you to ask me like too many people's names for their protection about like, well, this person knew that just LaWanda sounds like a nice person. I know she's super involved. If she wants to have a conversation with me, she can call me.
Well, I wouldn't. The reason why I said her name is because she spoke publicly.
I understand.
And so I think that
Ebony Electra.
It would be fair. It would be fair to say that someone who was close to Kim Porter would have probably had a conversation as close as she was to Kim Porter, or is alleged to be close to Kim Porter, would have had a conversation to know whether she was working on a tell-all book, any kind of. Because what I understand, Kim Porter was working on children's books, and so. In any of your talking to the people who allegedly gave you a flash drive, there was no mention about children's books, her children's books that she was planning on writing? No?
Nope.
Okay. What was your source for the claim about Diddy's alleged abuse towards Kim Porter, despite people close to her, including LaWanda Lane, denying it?
What is my feeling of how I prove that Diddy was abusive to Kim herself? Well, multiple sources I talked to about that he was abusive. We have the whole story about Saint Tropez on the yacht, the broken nose. So I researched the heck out of that. Her getting hit with the chair that I released, that Radar put out first. That was the first thing I ever leaked. Kim said she was hit by a chair, not me.
No. When did this allegedly happen?
That has to be after, well, the years, we don't know the exact time because I can't even pull the hospital records. So I don't know the exact moment of that. The picture I have that I released with the lip and the blood on the nose, that has to be post 2009 in LA. That's at her Toluca Lake house. As for the chair, I don't know the exact year of when that happened.
So Radar Online actually released that article
because of me.
Because of you.
Yeah.
And when did they
didn't have anything?
When did they do that?
That was a month ago.
A month ago, before the book came out, and so you leaked that to Radar Online.
Yes.
Okay.
We leaked the pages that talk about her getting hit by the chair and waking up in the hospital and seeing the man who put her there. That was what was given to Radar and some other pages. They never got the full thing. They made that up. So I'm going to straighten that out right now with them.
Who made that up?
Radar. They never had the whole thing. They printed that they did.
So Radar Online basically.
They have 5 pages.
Okay, Radar Online seen what? They saw what to get this?
I didn't even give them the picture either. I showed it to them through a Zoom call. I didn't give it to them. The Daily Mail was given the first Kim Porter abuse photo was given to the Daily Mail in a one-time use. That's the photo you see with the blood, the lip, she's crying, she's looking in the mirror, her friend's taking a photo of her. No one ever saw that. That photo doesn't exist because it's on the flash drive. So that's what they're not really, and I already tried to release some other photos of famous rappers with Diddy and they won't print them. That's on the media. So I've already released them. There's 8 of them. With Andre Harrell, with Snoop, with Neo.
Now that's the second time that we would hear about this Neo thing, because we heard about Neo, I think, in the last case, didn't we? We heard about Neo with Don Richards' lawsuit case. So now I'm thinking about even the video that came out of the ex-girlfriend that was irate and was calling him Diddy Jr. when he says that. Now I'm wondering if there is some definitely incriminating footage as well as a picture of Diddy Jr. and Diddy Sr.
In strange little, not people can, they tell a story about what's going on. They won't release them. Those are from her flash drive. She's the owner of the pictures. So I don't want anybody to say like, oh, do you have the rights package from who? Diddy?
Well, let's let's delve into that. The pictures you're saying allegedly from the flash drive. When someone takes a picture of you, the person that takes the picture is the owner.
Correct.
Right? So she wouldn't be the owner.
Well, how do I know Kim didn't take the photos? She's right there with Sean all the time.
Because she's in the photo.
No, she's not in the photo. It's Sean.
So
with Neo. It's not Kim in the picture.
Okay.
It's like Diddy, Neo, Diddy, record executive,
right.
Diddy, Andre Harrell, Diddy with one of his sons. I removed it because they're like working out in a gym and they have no shirts on. I pulled it out. I know which kid it is. I don't want to say it. I'm just trying to think of the other photo. So it's not Kim in them. It's like as if she's taking the photos. It's Sean with these people.
But you factually do not know who's taking the photo, correct?
Well, I've been told they're hers.
No, I mean, you don't know personally.
I wasn't there. Yeah.
No, yeah, I mean, you don't know personally who's taking the photo.
Correct.
But you were told.
Yes.
The person that told you.
These are Kim's photos. This is her flash drive. These are hers.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, was the person that allegedly gave you the flash drive, were they there when the photos were taken?
I'm not going to comment.
Okay. The alleged memoir suggests that P. Diddy Combs directed Faith Evans to sleep with Tupac after November 30th, 1995, following Tupac's release from prison and the shooting incident. Can you clarify or provide more details on how this claim was verified, especially considering the complexities of their relationship and the timeline of events surrounding Tupac's release from jail?
Okay, we're talking about Tupac or Biggie?
We're talking about Tupac.
Faith with Tupac.
According to your book.
Yeah.
According to your book, it's alleged that Sean P. Diddy Combs.
Kim's book.
Yeah, Kim's book. The alleged memoir.
Mm-hmm.
According to it, in there it says in a conversation that happened between Kim, P. Diddy, and Faith, that P. Diddy said to Faith, and Kim overheard it, that's the reason why I sent you to be with Tupac Shakur.
A minor.
Have to see that. I can't think of that exact page right now. I know more about the Biggie situation. Remember, there's 59 pages. I don't see it in front of me. I memorize every line.
I can't necessarily say that. And just real quick, just to bring clarity on this, we actually broke down this particular part right here, the Have Some Faith chapter. Now, remember the Have Some Faith chapter, we was talking about how she was a handler for Biggie Smalls. He wouldn't necessarily go into detail just yet because he wasn't necessarily understanding the question there. However, definitely want to keep in mind. Again, he was given this information. He was given the flash drives. He was given the excerpts already done. All he had to do was publish it, pretty much.
So I know the story about Faith with Tupac, and that kind of goes to the hit 'em up, right? Like, so I can't say if Kim's using Liberty as a storyteller where she's talking about that, like she's trying to blame them for something.
No,
I don't know.
Let me clarify for you. There's a conversation that's taking place in your book, and Faith comes over to the office, and Kim and Sean are in the office, and they begin to talk. And there's soft tone. There's mentions of a lot of stuff, and this is where it goes into calling Biggie the FF word.
Yep.
Okay, it goes into that, and it's calling him the FF word. I won't repeat
Talking trash about Biggie.
Right, you're talking trash about Biggie. And it says that P. Diddy is saying to Faith, that's why I sent you to F with Tupac.
I don't know if that's true. I can't comment on it. I don't know what Kim's saying there. I don't know if she's trying to make Faith look bad. I don't know.
No, this is what Kim is allegedly overhearing Sean say to Faith.
But remember, as a writer, okay, when you write a book, you don't know. I don't know if it's exactly either she's interjecting a sense of fiction into her book It's not a diary.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people are not understanding. She's telling a story. It's using things that she's saying, I was in high school and then I married, and she's putting that like in first person, right?
Right.
But then she's turning it, it's like a morph. I tried to explain this to another guy in an interview. He wasn't understanding what I was saying. The writers have the ability, whether you call it roman à clef, which means you mix in some soft fiction into a real story, that's her right. So that exact thing, putting me on the spot on that, it's fine, but I can't fully comment on
No,
it.
and like I said, it's not actually putting you on the spot. I'm like I said once again, this is a book.
I can't speak for Kim.
Yeah,
I don't know what
absolutely. So, like I said, but
I mean, I can, but
and reading, and like I said, from what I'm trying to get at basically is the fact that this is in the book, and it is alleged that P. Diddy allegedly sent Faith at Tupac in order to be with him, and so this is what Kim is allegedly overhearing at this particular meeting.
is it possible that that's true? Maybe. It's
So you
possible.
don't know if that's true.
I don't. From my understanding of the story of Tupac with Faith, was that what I was told by other people too. They got together, sort of as a revenge thing. That Tupac said he wanted to get with her to kind of get at Biggie. So is it a little bit coming from his camp? And did Sean Combs say egg her on to do it? Maybe. I don't know. I
Okay,
can't
so
fully say.
basically you don't know. So that
I'm saying I don't fully know if there's some liberty with what she's saying and she's trying to blend Tupac's version and Sean's version together.
Tupac's version of what?
I want to move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because you're asking me like these
You
very
can't really say
specific
anything,
things.
but it's because you can't really defend that. I mean, you can't really answer that question. He doesn't have the knowledge back then. He's pretty much giving you the white collar answers because he was a guy that didn't necessarily live those times. He didn't pay attention to the music back then. He wasn't paying attention to any of the events. None of that. This wasn't necessarily his cup of tea as far as answering those type of questions. He was pretty much cornered to answer those type of questions.
I don't know what she's trying to do there.
The reason why I asked that is because I was actually there when they met.
Okay.
I was
With Tupac met
Faith.
Okay, cool.
Right. And so what I'm trying to clarify is,
Then you might know more than
well, not that I know more than you. I'm just trying to get to the truth and the facts and the heart of the matter
Sure.
in relation to the book.
Sure.
And what's being said in the book. And so that you can't clarify that to me.
Correct.
I totally understand that, and you wish to move on.
Sure.
Okay. LaWanda Lane also stated that Kim Porter couldn't even work a computer. How does this align with the portrayal of Kim Porter's involvement in creating digital records of Diddy's alleged activities?
I don't know why anybody would say they don't know how to use a computer. So she's trying to say Kim's computer illiterate. I don't believe that.
I don't think that she's trying to say as a friend, as a close friend, somebody.
No, she's saying that to try to undermine what we're doing. It's kind of insulting.
But
if I said you didn't know how to use a computer, how would that look in the modern age?
If you knew me,
not only that, right? Let's think about this. How could you say Kim Porter didn't know how to use a fucking computer when she literally she worked in the what was it? Forgot the name of the damn label now. But before they got dropped from the label, she pretty much was working side of D. She had to know how to use a computer if she was an assistant. What assistant was just answering phones all day? Didn't go on the computer at all.
and I know a lot of people who can't use cell phones.
We're saying Kim
correctly.
didn't know how to use a cell phone, send a text, send.
Yeah, no.
She didn't know how to type.
I'm not. Like I said, I don't want to.
The book talks about an iCloud, so she obviously knows how to use a cloud.
Right, the book. Right, and so, like I said, I don't want to.
I understand.
I'm just saying from what's alleged in the book, and her understanding who Kim was and being a close friend, her observation of who her friend was.
Mm-hmm.
She's basically saying that Kim really didn't know how to use a computer like that.
I call false.
And you call false.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Al B. Shore, Kim Porter's ex-husband, has threatened legal action, calling the book fake. How do you address his challenge to the authenticity of the alleged memoir?
Al doesn't have the flash drive, so how would he know? How does he know if what Kim wrote? And Al wasn't fully in Kim's life. So I'm not going to bring up some personal stuff about Al B. Shore and his son and Diddy adopting him. I'm not going to do that. But if he wants to have a conversation, have a conversation. He wants to sue Jeff Bezos, good luck.
But he recently filed a cease and desist order.
Correct.
You are aware of that.
Yeah, they leaked it to the media before they gave it to me. So why don't we talk about that first?
Okay, so basically you're saying that Al B. Shore leaked.
Given to the New York Post before I received it. What's up?
Have you received it yet?
Yes, I did receive it.
You did receive it? And the reason
But why would you send it to the media before you show it to me? Because you want media, because you want press. So I know what he's doing. Wants to lock horns. Be careful. Look me up. Look at my other lawsuit. 40 million in Miami. Go look at what I'm doing over there.
the reason why I believe that, from what I understand and what I've read, is the fact that he's depicted in the book.
Very briefly.
Allegedly by Kim, and in the book it states that he's involved in certain nefarious activities, I would call them.
That she's eyewitnessing.
That she's allegedly eyewitnessing, because we haven't seen anything
Correct.
involving that. And that's why I was asking you about the metadata earlier. So I think that's the reason why he responded like he did.
I'm going to make a comment about that too, but you ask your question first.
Yeah, like he did. No, go ahead. Feel free.
He's X'd out in the book. It doesn't even say it. So he's gonna try to file a lawsuit against one of the biggest companies in the world, and their lawyers are gonna open the book and go, I don't know what's going on. Let me read. They're gonna see a bunch of X's. It doesn't even say it. Now, if
he's gonna fight a lawsuit, one of the biggest companies in the world. Did you hear how he said that? That's pretty much letting us know he's working with somebody that's huge.
Yeah, like he did. No, go ahead. Feel free.
he's X'd out in the book. It doesn't even say it. So he's gonna try to file a lawsuit against one of the biggest companies in the world, and their lawyers are gonna open the book and go, I don't know what's going on. Let me read. They're gonna see a bunch of X's.
Crazy in itself, right?
It doesn't even say it. Now, if defamation by implication, when you imply something, yeah, they might have a peg leg to stand on with that, but still, again, he's in like half a page, okay? I didn't say it. She said it, okay? Now, I almost didn't want to put it in there, I will admit, and I'm considering removing that chapter. I am.
The question that most people, what you just said, the question that most people would have if this was done in the interest and in the respect of Kim, and she wanted this out, allegedly, then why would you remove it?
Because I have carte blanche permission to do whatever I need to do in any lawsuit and anything. I am her voice right now. I'm in charge of the book.
He is her voice.
Kim is what you're saying.
I'm in charge of the book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good way to bail yourself out of that one. You are not, and I repeat, not the voice of Kim Park. You are not the voice of that book. You were just the publisher of that book. If he would just say that, he would be a lot more safer than answering any of these goddamn questions. I'm telling you.
I want to remove the book because they come to an agreement. If Amazon says pull the chapter and you keep going, then I will seriously consider pulling his 2 pages out of the book. And that's why I X'd it out too. I did him a solid. I X'd out what it said. I didn't even put it out there. But I get it. I know when I first read the pages too, I was shocked. I was. I don't know the whole deal of like, is she trying to be shocking? I don't know. She's not the first author to do it, you know?
Kim Porter's children, as well as Diddy himself through his lawyer, have dismissed the book as an attempt to capitalize on her death. How do you respond to these criticisms?
Are they going to make comments about the victims of Sean Combs, or are they just going to focus on trying to call the memoir fake? Let's see their statement about all the victims. There's going to be 50 new ones coming out. I'd like to see them make statements about that before we start responding to what Kim did.
Respectfully, these are Kim Porter's children. That's their mother. Their mother is no longer here. From what they understand and from what they know, their mother wasn't working on any book.
Would she tell them that?
From what they know, I can't. I'm not going to interject anything. I'm thinking of saying, from what they know and what they understand from their mother, is that their mother wasn't working on any book.
A lot of people said she was.
And so her children, as well as Sean P. Diddy Combs, through his lawyer, are basically saying that it's an attempt to capitalize on her death. And my question is, once again, how do you respond to these criticisms in an articulate way? And like I said, we do understand the accusations that are alleged against Sean Combs, the NDAs that he's had signed by other people, housekeeper, chef, and so on and so forth. But in particular, Kim Porter's children saying that they disagree with this, that their mother, who birthed them out of her womb, who they spent their life with, would know, and saying that, hey, you know what?
Right. Why would she tell the kids? That's my thing. Why would she tell the kids? You don't tell the kids nothing like that. Especially when, one of those main things that was involved in that was the whole thing about grooming Quincy. She pretty much kept Quincy away from him and wanted to keep him away from that whole lifestyle. That was also addressed in the book as well.
This is a cash grab.
Well, also, I don't know if they're saying that for the public eye. I do a lot of murder cases where they know there's been an unaliving and they won't say it publicly. So yes, through their...
So here's the thing, right? And I notice y'all also noticing that same thing. So Art is pretty much doing this. He's pretty much drilling him with these harder questions because he too is an author. Number one. Number two, he's the main CEO of that channel. I know you guys hear a different voice that's talking to per se Gene, but this guy right here has done one of the more earlier interviews. He was the one that did the heartbreaking ones. Trying to think now. He broke the story of Tupac not necessarily being assigned to death row, amongst other things. So that's why he's able to fact check certain things, and he's drilling him with those certain facts that he already actually knows. It's one of those I can't teach a dog new tricks type of syndromes going on with him, but he needs to get over that part.
PR machines, right? They may have to say that, and that's okay. I have no issue with them saying that. But I've done a lot of cases. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff of parents, sisters, brothers, kids. I've seen things that'll make your head spin backwards, okay? So we have to kind of just ride it out, see what happens, okay? Other people are starting to come forward already. They're already starting to corroborate, and some people are denying. We know that. It's not my first rodeo. It's not my first book. I already know what's coming. I already knew the family would say that, okay? So I respect them. If they want to talk to me, then have a conversation with me. It's not a money grab. These people have 20 times more money than I do. No one can say like money grab. Hollywood already owes me like $20 million. So when anybody says anything about money to me, just be careful. But I respect the question.
The alleged memoir claims that Diddy threw a chair at Kim, but LaWanda Lane said that Kim would have killed him if that happened. What's your response to those who call these claims absurd? Prior to the release of the alleged memoir, had you heard anyone else make the same or similar claims on social media regarding the chair incident?
Well, if Kim had abuse issues before, did she kill Sean Combs after that? Did she kill him after he punched her in the face on the yacht?
I'm confused.
My answer is no. She didn't kill Sean Combs after there were other abuse incidences. So when she's saying, "Oh, if Sean hit her with a chair, she would have killed him," well, she didn't do it before. So why is she going to kill him after the chair? There are a lot of abuse instances, most likely, that we don't know what happened between them. So to say, what is she, a Navy SEAL? Like she's supposed to off him? I don't believe that. No.
Well, factually,
exactly right.
Roger Bond, you know who that is?
See, that's the thing. She was always defensive of herself. She could always defend herself in regards of she wasn't no pushover. She was always going to fight back with Diddy, and there were some instances, of course, where Diddy was always going to still be a man. So I can definitely see her defending herself and throwing a chair at this nigga. Considering the craziest shit that he done.
Is that the security guard or bodyguard?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh,
Well,
basically,
the yacht one?
he was Diddy's security.
Okay.
For a number of years.
Okay, all right.
He
I'm trying to think of the name.
Yeah, basically he said that that Kim would fight back. Kim did fight back.
She did.
And also the cut on Diddy's wrist, she fought back, as well as Gene Deal, because Gene at that particular time was the bodyguard during that incident. And so it sounds plausible to me that, once again, LaWanda Lane basically saying that Kim would have killed him shows that she was not a push around, from what we know and what we've gathered. So it sounds consistent with somebody who was close to her, who know that she was a fighter, and she would have fought back, and she did fight back, from what we understand from two different people, and Mr. Bond and Miss Lane. So like I said, did you hear this from any other place other than the alleged hard drive that you had before the book was released?
The chair incident?
Yes.
No.
And you only heard this from the alleged hard drive.
Now remember, in the book also, Kim talks about kicking him down the stairs. So that's the part, if you look in the book, she kicks him in the knee and he goes down the stairs and she says an ambulance comes. Now there was talk that he had some surgery on his ankle. I don't know if that exactly coincides, but that's also in the book. So there's the fighting back that you're talking about.
And not only that, but the incident where his wrist.
Yeah, I don't know if that's in the book.
No, but this
Yeah,
is with
Gene-
with Gene. This is
a
Gene
corkscrew,
Deal.
it was like
yeah. Gene Deal
Yeah.
was there.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Gene Deal.
So you see how there's multiple instances of abuse that I don't necessarily probably know personally about. You might know maybe you're on the street more than I know, right?
Right.
So I only go by what I was given.
Okay. How do you verify the claims in the alleged memoir, such as the accusations that Diddy set up Faith to be with Biggie to monitor him?
That whole situation is super touchy. That's what I thought you were getting at before. I'm not going to have the full answers of this. Obviously, people used to say that Biggie was with Little Kim more than he was with Faith. And I don't want to, Faith's threatening.
It's only, and that's the thing. It's only because he doesn't have he's not going to have any of these answers. He's not going to have any of these answers for the simple fact that he didn't live any of these times. He wasn't necessarily, for goodness sakes, it was pointed out already that, he was one of the authors of the O.J. Simpson replica, not replica, but pretty much the same situation that's going on right now is the same thing that went on when he wrote the book that was going on with the O.J. Simpson trial. And everyone thought he was pretty much trying to capitalize off black culture and be a culture vulture with it. That's another reason why Art is drilling him like this. He's trying to catch him in this whole culture vulture thing, and it's not necessarily working.
Have a lawsuit too. I don't want to say too much about. I love her music. I was a big fan of hers. I was a big fan of Sean Combs. I grew up with this music. I was a big Biggie fan, big Tupac fan. I don't care what color my skin is. And a lot of other white people don't care either. We love that music. We funded that industry. Okay, as obviously African Americans did too, and Latinos and Asian people. Absolutely. Okay, it was a cultural phenomenon. Okay, so I don't want to say too much about that. I don't know their personal life. I know what Kim's getting at there, though. Their relationship was kind of pseudo, in that, we saw the movies too, where they show Little Kim with Biggie. That's really they were more intense. And so, yeah, that's all I really say about that.
The reason why I say that, and I go back to the situation in dealing with Tupac and the Biggie and the Faith and that whole situation, and it was said also by Faith Evans that at that particular time when she came out to LA, when I witnessed her and Tupac meeting each other, that the reason that she had came to LA was based on the fact that Diddy wanted her to do a promotional tour.
Okay.
And she didn't agree to it because she wasn't getting paid to do the tour. So she came to LA to actually write for other artists because she could make money on the side. And so that's the reason why I asked that. But more importantly, it's well documented And this goes into the research because you're a journalist,
Mhm.
and this goes into the
Investigator.
investigating journalist. This goes into the research of okay, what was alleged by Kim versus what was well-known facts in regards to Biggie and Faith's relationship. And so that's the reason why I asked that question.
Sure.
What information did you have in regards to or research did you do in regards to Diddy basically setting Faith up? Diddy setting Faith up with Biggie in order to monitor him because that was the accusation that was made allegedly by Kim. And I think that the reason why I say that, I think that Kim would probably know that based on the fact that they were in a relationship from that perspective. I think she would know all of these things. And so for her to state that in a book or any kind of writing, it just didn't come across. And that's the reason why I'm asking the question.
I want to say a comment about that too.
Okay.
When we talk about relationships between any people at all, there are things hidden from that person and there are things told for a reason that aren't always true. So, and people are brilliant like this, okay? So whether Faith might give you a different answer, Biggie might say a different answer, Sean, Kim, like the four of them might, well, I loved them. No, I told you to watch them. I heard what I think, you know what I mean? So it's like, we got to be careful about saying like, this is exactly, I always tell people that too. It's not so black and white. Like humans are not like that. There's always a motive. They're going to tell you this one person, then they're going to say this to another person, and then they might be thinking something else. So I get where you're getting at.
Right.
I don't have the answer.
The reason why I say that, because this is something that's supposed to be observed by Kim
Mhm.
from
A discussion, you mean?
Yeah, this is something that's supposed to be observed by Kim in relation to relaying it to the alleged hard drive that you say you have. And so when I'm asking that, that's the reason why I'm saying that, to how do you verify the claims in the alleged memoir in regards to the accusations that Diddy set Faith up with Kim, because she was the cash cow at that time.
I would say it could be partially true. Look, like I said, I'm not a black and white guy.
Right.
I always see every side.
Right.
So I would say to you is what she wrote, maybe it's true. That partly she was to monitor Biggie. And then the other side would be they were in love. So which you pick?
Well, the gray area, and the reason why I said I don't have to pick me personally, because I understand what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, a lot of this information is well documented from that perspective in how Biggie and Faith met.
But remember that somebody's saying that.
No, this is from Biggie's mouth and Faith's mouth themselves.
Right. But there's other people saying what they have said or what.
No.
their
What
relationship
I'm
is.
saying, I'm looking
Is
at.
it recorded?
Yes, it's
Okay.
yeah. I'm
It
looking.
is, though,
I'm
so
looking. I'm
you
looking
play
at
it
the
for me.
horse's mouth.
Sure.
It's actually a Vibe magazine and a Source
Okay.
magazine article.
Sure.
And so when we talk about that, that's what I'm saying. A lot of the information was readily available in how Faith and Biggie fell in love.
How they told each other's story
And
to
when-
the media.
No, how they told each other's story about themselves
Okay.
in regards to how they met.
Sure.
And how soon it took them to get married.
Mhm.
And they have a beautiful son from that,
Mhm.
and so on. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
sure.
that's the reason why I'm asking.
I got you.
Yeah. So several celebrities, including Faith Evans, are repeatedly considering legal action due to the allegations in the alleged memoir. Were any of these individuals contacted for comment before publication?
There were people, their teams were contacted and they told us to kick rocks. I already made that comment on the record.
And what,
I'm not going to comment on people I contacted. That's private, confidential, investigative information. A lot of these people were contacted.
a lot of the people
Mhm.
contacted, and you can't tell me none of the crews or the
Nope.
or the
Confidential,
camps.
privilege
Privilege info. Okay.
for their protection.
For
And
their
yours.
protection.
Sure.
Can you explain how the alleged memoir portrays the nature of Kim Porter's relationship with Diddy? Was an open relationship mentioned in the book verified by any source close to them?
About their sex life?
An open relationship.
Means a sex life. Yes, we have sources and multiple sources said they had an open relationship, yes. She says it too, so I'm going by what she's saying. She's saying they do.
Which
and
would
that
make
they have
plenty
threesomes
sense.
with multiple.
So that would make plenty of sense, right? And we don't have to necessarily continue on this bashing real quick because I had one more thing to get into. So the open relationship you would see throughout Diddy's many relationships, even with the time he was with J-Lo. Kim Porter was there. If you think about Cassie, we just saw the footage with Cassie earlier with Russell Brand. Okay, he's talking about having a whole play date with Russell Brand and Cassie sitting right there in the back. The whole open relationship thing is not new to him. Yeah, and that's the thing. I didn't like how he just kept drilling him backspace. I didn't necessarily like how he just kept doing that to him. That's what I'm saying. I didn't think if he was a friend of Kim's or what. I didn't know that either. Puff fast. Like the fact that he just kept on drilling this guy the way he was doing it, it was just kind of offensive almost. But Russell Brand a demon too. All right, I had one more thing to get into real quick. Speaking of demons, I guess you could say. I had one more thing. Get rid of some of this stuff I got up here. All right, so Miss Kamala Harris. Now, I don't necessarily know how true this stuff might be with Kamala, but it was pretty interesting to find this out as well. Okay, so not too long ago, Miss Kamala Harris got linked to. I didn't necessarily, I didn't necessarily care, but I just found it was quite interesting.
Well, I thought it helped. And at first, everything got better. Maybe because she started making more work trips. It was fine until last year's spring. Well, then the strange behavior suddenly returned. We understood everything.
Okay, so to bring better context on what we're listening to, Kamala Harris has been said to be linked to Hunter Biden's Cocaine Row. New video emerges. Independent journalist James Bolden posted a video on social media showing a man claiming Kamala Harris is somehow linked to the Hunter Biden cocaine scandal. Without providing any evidence, the unidentified individual said President's son took the fall for the incident. Neither president nor the first son have reached to the newly surfaced clip yet. Let me just open this up. Independent journalist James Bolden posted a video on social media showing a man claiming Kamala Harris is somehow linked to the Hunter Biden cocaine scandal without providing any evidence. The unidentified individual said President Biden's son took fall for the incident. Neither president nor the first son have reached the newly surfaced clip yet. In July 2023, the Secret Service found a small plastic bag containing less than a gram of powder cocaine inside the White House. The discovery prompted an evacuation. At the time, President Joe Biden and his family were at Camp David in Maryland. The federal agency investigation yielded no forensic evidence and was closed within 11 days. Now a man told Biden that the cocaine was brought into the White House by Kamala Harris' staffer. The speaker explains that media blamed Hunter Biden for the incident. But some insiders knew that the VP staff was involved. The scandal eventually led to a heated conversation between President Biden and Harris, he added. Okay, so I did notice one thing here. Just in case, right? Just in case that this might have been where things, came from. So Attorney General Kamala D. Harris announces she seizes $5 million worth of cocaine from a Mexican cartel. Now, I'm not going to read this whole thing right here, but, Says San Francisco Attorney General Kamala D. Harris announced the seizure last week for more than 50 kilos of cocaine worth an estimated amount of $5 million. Now, that's a long time, of course, of holding some cocaine, but needless to say, I would think somebody knew how to hold on to something, wouldn't they?
Gas and a Well, I thought it helped, and at first everything got better. Maybe because she started making more work trips. It was fine until last year's spring. Well, then her strange behavior suddenly returned. We understood everything. Gas, inappropriate laughter, outbursts of anger. It became immediately obvious to those who worked with Harris from the beginning. Now, at some point, everything reaches a point of absurdity. And there was a big scandal. You guys probably even heard about it. In July, security found a bag of cocaine. And the worst part of it was that it got leaked to the journalists. So the matter couldn't be hushed up before it became public. Now, luckily, all the right-wing media immediately rushed to blame Hunter Biden. But the left was smart enough to ignore the story. It was eventually hushed up. But I heard that afterwards there was a very serious conversation between Harris and Biden, and the president was mad about what happened. Hunter Biden, unfortunately, was allowed to take the fall for this, and this really angered Joe Biden. But, at this point there was nothing he could do, because it was either blame Hunter or put the blame where it rightfully belonged on Harris and her staff, which, that would have destroyed Biden's campaign. Everybody knows that Hunter's a drug addict, but if people got wind that Harris was partaking in the festivities, this would cause a major problem.
So it was Harris who brought the cocaine?
No, but the cocaine was brought in for Harris. Someone from the staff brought it. Clearly some high-ranking staffer.
Unbelievable. But that was really what I had for you guys there, though. That was really all I had for you guys. So apparently, like I said, they blamed Hunter Biden for it. I should say Hunter Biden took the fall for it. And lo and behold, the whole time it was Kamala that actually had the goddamn cocaine. So, which of course, like he just said, it was certain times where people would just start noticing, like even the little anger outbursts and little certain things like that. So, I mean, it's just something a little small. It's something a little small. She got a coke laugh. That's funny as hell. But yeah. Shout out to everybody that tuned in here. It's probably the most I haven't had in here in a while. Now, we did like almost a 6-hour stream tonight. I am going on a whole 1 hour sleep from 24 hours ago. So, maybe 45 minutes. I had 45 minutes of sleep last night. So, 45, this morning, I should say. Then I had to go to work. So, pardon me. It's Freak Off Sunday. Oh, my goodness. I do love my new chat. So as I usually do, as we usually do, I think my usual suspects have all gone to bed. So shouts out to everybody that tuned in. I love you all. Thank you all once again. Fury B, my brother, thank you once again for being around. Keith the Bunny, what's going on? Makes sense. Tucker made a comment that wasn't Hunter, and someone should ask Joe because he knows exactly who it was. Abrahaminia. Thank you so much, Simple Town Radio. Thank you so much. Original Me. Thank you. All right. Backspace. I Slay. Shout out to you. Let's go. All right, let's go up. So Katie Black, shout out to you. What's up in here? Sonola Tacos. Shout out Tay. 3D. Who else we got up in here? This is Abra Minya, Puff Puff Pass, Zoe Childs, Man 90. All right, let's see. Trying to miss nobody. Justin Kemp was up in here. I know I saw Emil Mendez up in here. Kayla Parker, thank you so much for tuning in as well. Let me not have it too quiet here. Not have it too quiet.
Although there was no footage of this, based on people that I've spoken to close to the situation, Diddy really did punch Drake in the face.
Oh, I got that call 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
I was laying in my bed.
Shout out to Zoe Childs.
And my phone kept ringing. I'm like, why my phone keep ringing at 4 o'clock in the morning?
What a man.
So I go to look at my phone. And it's my dude, like my dude. And he ain't no just random guy in the club. This is somebody that everybody knows. He's like, boy, you wouldn't just believe what happened. I'm like, what?
Shout out to Nazir.
Diddy just slapped Drake. I'm like, where at?
Slapped or punched?
I heard a slap. He slapped Drake. He was like behind the scenes behind Club Live. I said like at the
my
back
chat
end,
ain't even going
back
that
door.
far anymore.
I'm like,
shout out to once again everybody.
But I knew it was real because it was 4 o'clock in the morning. But everybody know I'd be up because I gotta go do the Breakfast Club in the morning.
Till next time, y'all.
Lo and behold, it turned out that it was true.
Keep your third eye open. Keep your third eye open. Your head on the swivel. Back to Snap Fiction. Till next time. Peace.
Rang, you bitch. See you, Chicago. Let's me further know what it is you really do.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit?